NUCES. So he came from Canada and different other community. My friends from Thailand and Malaysia and China, they joined during the first conference. And now we can compete with the Erasmus scholarships for the European Union. So this was because of this first international conference. And on the other hand, we able to have chance to invite Professor Zari, who is the board member of different universities. So he accepted our invitation. And no, I am really grateful to Professor Zari. He bring a delegate from UTEM, University of Technology, Malaysia, Malacca. So he bring. So during this conference, Alhamdulillah, we have 6 members from UTEM, including the senior management. Professor Dato Hossaini is sitting here. He is the he remained senior member of Higher Education Commission Malaysia, and then he is also serving 2 universities as a board chairman member. So it's a really big honor for Chiniot-Faisalabad campus, like we are having such dignity. So I'm really grateful, Professor Hossaini, for you and bringing your team, and along with the Dean of Computing and the Registrar and many other Vice Chancellors, Deputy Vice Chancellor. So I'm really grateful to UTEM for joining their hands, and other than that, they are the academic collaborator. So we want to make this conference sustainable. So we invited them to have joined their hands as an academic partner. So Alhamdulillah, they have managed their finances, their traveling, their accommodation by themselves. So Chiniot-Faisalabad campus is not just giving them the hospitality. So it's a big contribution from UTM, and again I'm really thankful to them. So other than that, of course, we have many other faculty, staff members from different universities. If I talk about Dr. Faisal, I hope I'm not taking much time because they traveled from so long. So Dr. Faisal is working as a director or as a top senior position in Pinterest. So everybody know about the Pinterest. And before joining Pinterest, he was working with the Microsoft. So now you can understand the person's working in Microsoft and now heading a group in Pinterest and coming to Chiniot-Faisalabad. Sir, I'm really grateful to you for joining here. And not only these guys, then we try to see how we can make more sustainable. We try to approach different Pakistani scholars working in different universities. So we came to know that Dr. Khurram working as a dean and also looking after the international office in Halifax, Canada. So we try to approach him, and I'm really grateful he accepted our invitation. So welcome to home back, Dr. Khurram. So thank you very much. And many others like Dr. Tanmur, the professor is also sitting here, and he is also leading many research groups in UK. So sir, thank you very much for joining, and Dr. Tanmur also remained our colleague in concerts. So we try to use different network and connections so that we bring people for you so that you can have further collaboration. And Professor Domenico from Telecoms Paris, Associate Professor sitting here. So we have a collaboration with Telecoms through Dr. Maria. She is there, and I got the connection, and through Dr. Maria, so she motivated Professor Domenico to come to Pakistan. So again, Professor Domenico, thank you very much. And I cannot see Dr. Nadeem, so I have already mentioned Dr. Nadeem for bringing his team. And then, of course, Dr. Dildar Hussain, he is professor at France University. So we try to make it multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary so that our other departments like electrical engineering, management sciences should get also the benefit through this conference. So thank you very much, Professor Dr. Dildar, for coming back to this campus. And there are many other long lists. I am really sorry if I miss someone, and a few are on the way, like Dr. Ashik Anjum. He is professor at Leicester University and also involved in too many AI data science projects, and he is a very renowned personality across the globe, and it's a really honor for us, like Pakistani professors are serving in a big role and playing their, like you can say, they are serving to the globe, not only in Pakistan. So other than that, I can see there are a lot of national speakers coming on the way. So I'm sure these 2 days will be full fruit of learning. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Shahid Saab for accepting our invitation. And so Dr. Shahid will also deliver a keynote after our tea breaks. So if I talk about the research conference, this year we received 239 paper submission, and these 239 paper submissions were received through 12 countries across the globe. So not only from Pakistan, not only from Southeast Asia, but other than this. So it means the Chiniot-Faisalabad campus footprints are spread around the globe. A big round of applause to my team and all. So we have 5 primary tracks which consist of like 48 papers accepted. So this time acceptance rate for this conference is 20%, and we have like 130 members are serving in different capacity, like the reviewer, like the editorial, and in many capacity. So if I talk about the invited talks during these 2 days, we will have 4 talks from Malaysian delegates, 3 talks from France, and 2 talks from UK, and 2 talks from Canada, and 2 talks from China, and 1 talk from USA, and the 1 talk from Sweden. And beside this, I already mentioned, we try to engage different renowned speaker, nationally renowned speaker from Pakistan as well. And during this conference, we have added a new component, that was the technical workshops. So we try to engage the industry, because the theme or the title is industrial technology. So what we did, we invited the industrial partner, and we will have our final panel discussion, how we can bridge industry with the academia. That will be tomorrow. So this was also our objective during this conference. Before that, it was 2 days conference, but today, during this third day, we have increased another day to 3 days. So again, we took them as our official partner, and here I am also grateful to Higher Education Pakistan for also their financial support for this conference. So we receive financial support from higher education as well, and other than that, we make the we also send invitation to different institutions to join hands together for as academic partner. So I'm grateful to UCP and University Technology Malaysia, Malaika, for their collaboration with as a university institution. And then we have also collaboration with government and human rights organization like Higher Education Commission, PK CERT, and Pakistan Institute of Human Rights and Volunteer Force Pakistan. These were also our collaborative partner. And in industry partner, we have Nexperts, Skytail, sorry, and maybe I cannot pronounce it well, and Mateen group of companies. So I don't want to take much time, so we would like to listen to the speakers, those travel across the globe. So I'm sure you are having a confident, comfortable time since yesterday, and I assure my team will make your stay more comfortable, enjoyable, and memorable. So rest assured you are safe, and you are in a friendly environment country, and you will have a more respect. And I'm sure this conference will open new venues for collaboration, for fostering knowledge and education. So thank you very much for joining us, and stay blessed and have a comfortable stay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and unwavering support. Your contributions are truly invaluable to our campus and this event. It's now our privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dato Professor Dr. Hussaini Umar, the former Director General of Higher Education Malaysia and one of the most prominent figures in the realm of higher education and research.
Professor Dr. Hussaini Umar is an accomplished academic, geologist, researcher, and engineer, boasting a distinguished career spanning decades. As a highly respected leader in the academic and research community, he has played a pivotal role in shaping policies and advancing higher education in Malaysia.
Professor Dr. Hussaini is celebrated for his remarkable contributions to the advancement of research, innovation, and engineering education. His tenure as the General Director of Higher Education Malaysia saw transformative initiatives aimed at fostering collaborative research and strengthening higher education institutions.
Professor Dr. Hussaini has an impressive academic background combining expertise in geology, engineering, and higher education leadership. His visionary approach has earned him global recognition, and his achievements are a testament to his passion for innovation, sustainable development, and educational progress.
Throughout his illustrious career, Dato Professor Dr. Hussaini has contributed to numerous research programs and policy developments that have shaped Malaysia's academic landscape. His ability to bridge the gap between research, industry, and education has established him as a role model for aspiring academics and researchers worldwide.
Please join us in welcoming and giving a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Dato Professor Dr. Hussaini Umar to the stage to deliver his keynote address.
Okay, alright. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to all of you. And thank you so much to the Professor Sazat for inviting me to be sharing about Malaysia higher education in this conference, because ICIT is not my field. I told Professor that if I can share about Malaysia higher education, that would be very good for this conference, because this is international conference. So basically it's more on Malaysia higher education system. I was with the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia for 3 years. So before that, I was with the Imperial College London as a professor in Imperial College London. Then the government asked me to come back and join the Ministry of Higher Education and lead the Ministry of Higher Education. And I was retired in 2023, March 2023. Is compulsory retirement. You cannot continue. They force you to retire when you're age 60. Okay, so that is the beauty of our government staff. Then after that, the minister asked me to continue. They put me as a chairman of University Technical Malaysia Melaka, which is there are few from UTM joining us today, which is Deputy Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and also Dean. They will talk more on technical. So you will listen to them on the technical part. So I will share about Malaysia higher education, how we transform from the previous one, and what is the current situation of Malaysian higher education. Okay. Next slide. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So Malaysia has made significant improvement or progress in higher education since the government decided to establish a Ministry of Higher Education in 2004. Before that is the higher education, the school is under one ministry, Ministry of Education. Then in 2004, the government decided to have another separate ministry, which is we call it Ministry of Higher Education. So under that Ministry of Higher Education, we need to set up the whole to take care of our higher education in the country. So over the last 10 years, based on that, from 2004 until now is 20 years already, but in between we merged again to become Ministry of Education. But with the new government, now we separate again with the Ministry of Education. We have two ministers, one Minister of Education and Minister of Higher Education. So for the last 10 years, you can see that we have made a good gains in student enrollment and also risen in global recognition. I'll share you how that we position ourselves in the ranking. Our government target that 2 of our public university in Malaysia to be in the top 100 QS ranking. But I think until now we managed to have one university, which is University Malaya, in the top 100 QS ranking. So higher education enrollment has increased more than 70%. With this plan, more than 70% increase in enrollment, which is total about 1.2 million students over the last 18 years. Okay. So before that, so that means we have students studying in higher education is about 700,000, but now is about 1.2 million students studying in it. So this is because the government is deeply committed in higher education. The 2024 budget, 16.3 billion ringgit, Malaysia ringgit, allocated to Ministry of Higher Education. It's a lot of money to develop on talent. So increased by 6.8% compared to the previous year. Then the new budget in 2025, the last presented in the by the Prime Minister, we increase another 8% for the higher education. Right? So then how we develop this one? So in 2013, 2014, we hired a consultant working together with the Ministry of Higher Education to come out with the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015 to 2025 in higher education. So we pay a lot of money to the consultant. It's normal process. If you want to have the, then you have to pay the consultant to come up but actually the ideas, everything come from the professor and the ministry or the government staff. But the money goes to the consultant because they know how to do it, they know how to take it. We will listen to the prof later on entrepreneurs. It's very interesting. So the vision and aspiration of Malaysian higher education. The vision is to come out with the next generation of Malaysian. That is our vision. So the Malaysian higher education system is focused or entrusted with the stewardship of Malaysia's greatest resources to come out with the next generation of Malaysian. So that means the next generation, what we train today, we need to make sure that the curriculum we develop is they graduate in 3-4 years that fits for the industry. So this is the vision. With the two aspirations, one is for the education as a whole, then another one is for the individual student. So, so the student enter the university, we profile the student, we make sure that the best one and maybe the other one can follow, you know. So we plan for the individuals. It's not as the whole cohort of the student coming in. So the state of the overall education system today is the best predictor of Malaysia's competitiveness tomorrow. So we are not only for talent to develop to work in Malaysia, but they can be at anywhere in the world. So, Prof. Azad, later on, if you look for the talents that to fill up in your university, you also can come to Malaysia and get it from Malaysia. Because we develop the talent is for the whole, not only for the Malaysian. Okay, based on this, you can see the access based on Malaysia, our Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint. The enrollment rate from 36% in 2012 to 53% by 2025. So that means we need another 1.1 million new places for students to study in Malaysia. So it's about half, about 50%. But because of COVID, the plan that to have another 1.1 million students in higher education was it's not achieved because 2025 is next year. So we are reviewing now our Malaysia Blueprint. So the current number of students is about 1.3 million. So we still need to have another 1 million. So I think we're going to continue to put for another 10 years to plan. So the quality, to make sure that we need another 10% from the 2.5 million students, which is 250,000 international students. Currently we have 130,000 international students in Malaysia. Not many from Pakistan, but good numbers also. Study in Malaysia, Masters, PhD. But there are many from Middle East, from Africa, from China, from Indonesia, from Thailand, from Australia, but not many from US and UK or Europe. US and UK, Europe, they are coming for mobility programs only, not as enrolled as a student. Okay. The quality of the graduate to be increased by 80%. We put 80% as the graduate employability. We measure the GE after 6 months they graduate. They have to fill out the form during convocation. Where are they, these students? So based on the ministry level now, we achieve 85% of graduate and mobility. So it's good in terms of some working in Singapore, working in Australia. Depends on the student itself, the graduate itself. The equity, another aspiration is actively support social mobility. This one is to reduce the primary and secondary education, the gap, by 50%. Unity, we develop talent that contribute towards creating a cohesive society. Yeah. So they can be creative, they need to be part of the society. Then efficiency, of course, the government will improve and maintain the government spending for the public university, but we encourage the foundation, we encourage the company to set up the university in Malaysia. And then the current, I can share with you the we have 20 public universities. Government is not going to increase anymore for the time being, because to set up university is a lot of money that government has to spend. But the private higher learning institution, this one is total 410 to support the our Malaysia blueprint to achieve 2.5 million students in the country. So other than institution to support this Ministry of Higher Education, we have the Malaysian Qualification Agency, which is take care of all the quality of higher education in Malaysia. Malaysia bring it to the parliament and have the Malaysia Qualification Agency under the Act of Higher Education. So all the program in Malaysia must going through this accreditation process. If they want to offer the program, the Ministry of Higher Education will approve it when they have the accreditation from Malaysia Qualification Agency. Then we have also National Higher Education Fund Corporation. This one is to support the student to get funding, not only scholarship, but this one is loan. We give it education loan to students with minimum interest. Okay. And then most of the money comes from the Ministry of Finance, put it to this National Higher Education Fund, so everybody can apply. Even if they are coming from the rich family, also they can apply, but they have to pay later. Then we need to improve to bring more international students. We develop Education Malaysia Global Service. This is to help students from overseas with the immigration before they come. So to settle that when they come, easy for them to study in Malaysia. Then to develop a good academics, professors, juniors, lecturer, we have higher education leadership academy entity, which is what we call it ACAD. So as a former DG of higher education, I put up to the minister last year. So what's next? It looks like that we are not moving, we are still in the same. So what's next for the Ministry of Higher Education to develop? So we are thinking of, if you have any ideas or whatever, you can share. What's next that we need to make sure that Ministry of Higher Education complete and have a good outcome from the blueprint that we have. So this is the agency under the Ministry of Higher Education. We have the PTPTN, or the national loan. This one was established during 1997, 1st July of 1997. This is to help the student to get funds to study in the university. They have the act, they bring to the parliament. Then the last, the very, what we call it, public university established by the Ministry of Higher Education. The last one is, we call it University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, or the National Defence University Malaysia. This is, we combine the cadet and also the normal student together study in this university under the Defence University. Then we have Malaysia Qualification Agency, was established in 2007 to take care of equality. Before that, they just only the council. They call it the Accreditation Council. Then the academy was established in 2008. The EMGS established 2012 to take care of international students, to bring more international students. But for IPTS or private university, they can apply anytime. If the government thinks this is good, they will approve to open up in Malaysia. So under the government public entity, we had 20 public universities, 91 community colleges. This one also at every small area, we develop the community colleges so they can have the continuous learning on education. Then we have 33 polytechnics focused on vocational and skill, or TVET. 410 private colleges, which is 70 as university, private university in Malaysia. 34 private university college, and 14 what we call it center of excellence, higher center of excellence. These 70 private university, we have about 10, we call it is international branch campus. For example, we have Nottingham University in Malaysia. We have also, Nottingham University. We have from Australia, Monash, Swinburne. We have from China, German University, we have from India coming soon, is IIT India we established in Malaysia. The government approved, the government of India already approved. We have MASA from India, but we don't have one from Pakistan. So it is a time, you know, we open up for you to come, work together. We establish one Pakistan university in Malaysia. Yeah. Because we have a lot of good university here. And then we bring between two countries, the Pakistan also can, because you know about ASEAN. Malaysia is now the chairman of ASEAN group. Next year, if you are talking about Malaysia population is small, yes, we have about 5% contributed to the ASEAN population. But if you are talking about ASEAN population, it's a lot, you know. Then you can invest in Malaysia. Why? Because we have all the facilities, utilities. It's very good in Malaysia. Indonesia is 230 over million. There is a lot. They are coming and study in Malaysia, you know. So it's now we open up because when I was DG of higher education, I went to India, to bring the IIT open up in Malaysia. Then we would both with the government, they agree. They are coming the first IIT outside campus, one I think in Dubai, UAE, and then in Malaysia. So I'm confident also that with this coming to Pakistan, I was in Lahore a few years ago, but this is the first time in Faisalabad and Islamabad. You are growing, a lot of money, I think you have now. Then bring one good, then we open a university, Pakistan in Malaysia. About food, everything, Malaysia is all about it. You can have it in Malaysia. Don't worry about it. Prasasa is already in Malaysia. You also have Prof. Prasad. You also have your partners also in Malaysia, study in Malaysia. It's a very nice country, okay? So I'm looking forward to have the Pakistan University in Malaysia. Then we can work together to plan on it. Okay, the new higher education system. So we want the job to transfer from job seekers to job creators. We developed this one since 2015. So now it's 2025. So most of the program at university, we ask students to take the entrepreneurship subject, so that they can, if they cannot get a job, they become job creators. Right? So this is how we transform. Then from focus on university education, we focus also on skill pathway. So they make sure that the student get a skill so they can fit in any of industry needs. Instead of focus on input, get the best student coming in, get the good one, then leave the not the best one. We focus on the outcome. So we encourage everybody can join university, but of course we had the entry requirement. If they cannot go enroll as a degree student, they go to the diploma or the certificate. So after that they can move. So we need that. So we make sure that our delivery to make sure that the outcome based on the input. Okay? So make sure that they can fit into the industry, all the industry, not only Malaysia, but around the region. Then highly centralized, so we give it the university autonomy. So all the public university, we let them manage. They have the board. The board is the higher authority for the university. The ministry come out with the policy and the budget for the public university, but for the private university, they can have on their own to make sure that they fulfill the Ministry of Higher Education need. So reliance on government resources, this one we share responsibility. We ask the industry to come together, give some whatever resources that the industry have. For example, Microsoft, after this Pinterest also can come, with the Pakistan University. When we develop Pakistan University, then you can come together and we have this a very good. So mass production delivery model to technology enabler innovation. So focus more on technology used at the university. So one of the Professor Zoe will share with us is how that you tend using the technology in education, in University Technical Malacca. So I leave it to him. He's an expert on that. Okay. We develop the policy, let the professional do it. And that separation, before we separate between private and public university, but from that our blueprint, we have harmonized. We work together. They can join, the private university can have the program from public university offer at private university. Instead of the private university going abroad, taking from UK, from US, they are now can take the program from public university to offer at the private university. Right? So, based on three perspectives, performance issue, best practice, and global trend, we come out on the 10th shift. 10th shift of, this is, we come up with the 10th shift of model, which is, one is to develop entrepreneurs and balanced graduate. So that's why all program, the student can choose to take the elective on entrepreneur. And then we have one university focus on entrepreneur program in Malaysia. Then number two is talent excellence, to develop the talent excellence. Nation of lifelong learners. This one, that's why we come up with the micro-credential. We come up with the appel. This one is based on experiential learning qualification. We want to improve on quality based on technical skill graduate. And of course, as a public university, they also have to have the plan for the financial sustainability. So the government put the budget, put some money to the public university, but at the same time, the public university collect fees from students. They can keep it. They can use that money to develop a program or to have a good what we call it, a labs or everything for the university. Then empowered governance. This one we give all the 20 public universities the autonomy. The vice chancellor and their team with the board, they can decide on the university. The innovation ecosystem, the global prominence, globalized online learning, and transform higher education delivery. So 10 shift. This is the policy, and we give it to the university, not only the public but also the private university. So what we want the job seekers to become job creators, as I said earlier. Okay. So we focus on university education, but now we transfer into focus on academy and skill pathway. So this is very important for the future now because of technologies. Instead of focus on the input, get the best student only to enter university, now we focus on the outcome. So, for example, in our university, Technical Malaysia Melaka, UTEM, we increased the number of students from 15,000 previously, now is 19,000 students. So we work, yeah, thank you. We work with the Prosazat fast, so we want to increase more on the postgraduate program, UTEM and also the passing. Highly centralized to autonomy, as I said before, reliance on government resources, set responsibility is shared with the industry and also with other universities. Mass production delivery, we go on technology and innovation, separation of private, we harmonize the higher end. You can see from that, Malaysia higher education system, so what is the impact? Students will enjoy higher quality program that use experiential and technology-enabled learning models. A graduate with a balanced ethic and morality and knowledge. This is what the industry, what is outside want on the talents. Have more and better choices. Student will have more and better choices. It depends on student to decide. Receive financial support because the government give money, not only the government, but university also getting the money from the philanthropies, donation, they give it back to students, to support the student. Be able to re-enter the world of learning at any time of their life. So this is the benefit of that. So higher learning institution leader, what they get it from this Malaysia higher education, be empowered because of autonomy, with decision-making right in public higher learning institution, enjoy more streamlined regulatory process, be able to focus on what really matters, rather than more on politics, more on, so they are focused on that. This is based on Malaysia. The academy will enjoy more attractive differential career pathway because the decision to promote the lecturer from lecturer to senior lecturer to associate professor to professor is not on time based, not based on the time based on performance. They are good because scholar, they publish paper, they have a good research, they good teaching, they can apply anytime to get the associate professor or professor in Malaysia. So then the decision is based on that university. Have the support they need to succeed in their new roles, enjoy greater decision making, benefit the closer integration with industry. So they can go and see the industry, get money from industry. So this is something academy will enjoy based on this Malaysia higher education system. So impact on the industry, be able to secure learned, value-driven talent who better prepared for work. Be able to partner easily with ministry and higher learning institution, benefit from greater support from higher learning institution on lifelong learning, benefit from enhanced responsiveness and service quality. So this is the impact from higher education system to the industry, but the ministry be able to focus on the ministry role as policymaker and regulators. So we focus not doing the day-to-day operation of higher education. So at ministry level, have autonomy and decision-making power, receive targeted support, professional development and resources, and work in a collaborative and transparent environment. So this is based on Malaysia higher education system. What would it take for higher education enrollment to be among the highest in Asia? Okay, we plan from 2012 to 2025. The private higher learning institution, 455,000 students, to increase to 867 students. So we want to increase about 5.1% in 2025 to get a number. So the public university also increased, the TVET institution also increased, other ministry institution also will increase. So that's why we need to get 2.5 million students. But because of the COVID, we cannot make it in 2025. So we are good. The current is between the private higher learning institution, the private universities, colleges, and the public universities are balanced. It's 600 over 1,000 students in public university, 20 public university, and we have also about 600 to 700,000 students in. So based on this Malaysia higher education system, rising in global recognition, research publication, patent, institutional quality, top destination for international students to come and study. Okay, so access on higher education. We have the 70% increase in total enrollment, 10 times increase in bachelor degree enrollment, and then 10 times increase in postgraduate enrollment. So the research output also increased, grew 11% each year, which is we have Malaysian placing in 28 in the world for new patents from 2007 to 2011. Then generating about 1.2 billion in revenue. Then research output also increase in number of citation, publication, and so forth. And then you see, this is what the QS Senior Vice President Ben Salter said. Malaysia higher education signed as a beacon of diversity and internationalization, attracting talent from around the world. So that is so I want to share also about the globalized online learning. So one of the focus in our Malaysia blueprint is about the globalized online learning. The online learning, we implemented this one is several decades in the delivery of learning of electronic means, typically through the internet. So this one is, I think, we done before it, you know. I think COVID-19 coming is actually helped us a lot to make it, this one is faster than what we planned, you know. So that's why now if you're talking about online learning, before this Ministry of Higher Education only give it to 2 or 3 universities in Malaysia to run online, but now most of the universities were allowed to go on online learning. All right. Internet penetration in Malaysia, between 65 to 70%, but increase at university because university can have the autonomy to increase by themselves on the internet, so that they can have a good. Okay, 5 minutes. Enhance wider access to good quality of content and so forth. Okay, then we focus on blended learning models. We also have a full online learning. University also can go on hybrid, but based on the survey, the Ministry of Higher Education, the graduate students, they want to come to the campus. They want to have a live campus. So that's why hybrid is, I think, is the best model to do it. Because some students in Malaysia, they don't have access to, because of poor family or everything, they want to be in campus. Okay. So that's why I said if Prof. Azad want to open up the campus in Malaysia, you are very welcome, because students need a campus. So where we are in the globalized online learning. So I think e-learning among Malaysian higher learning institution is, every institution in Malaysia is now offering e-learning. The way forward for global online learning also, this is planned during 2015, you know, but now it's 2025. So a lot of things is being done by that because of our Malaysia higher education. So, of course, during that planning, we have to upgrade the cyber infrastructure, strengthening the condition, make sure that our quality of higher education is not compromised through online learning. So, the initiative and strategy of implementation of this roadmap is very clear in the Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint. So each university just have a strategy how to do it. Okay. Then I would like to share a little bit, maybe 1 minute only. This one is about financial sustainability. So why it matters? Because of government cannot put a lot of money every year to higher education in Malaysia. So the institution itself were allowed to have the partners so that they can sustain in higher education. So this one, if you see the average tuition fee for public higher learning institution, you see Japan, South Korea, and Chile is high fees, low support. They don't have much on national entity to give their scholarship or loan. The Italy, Austria, Switzerland, France, our friend here from France, Belgium, Mexico, low fees and low support. So you can study because their tuition fee is very low. UK, US, New Zealand, Australia, high fee, high support. A lot of scholarship loan if you want to study in that area. But of course, their tuition fee is higher. And then the low fees, high support is the country like Malaysia, Netherlands, Norway, Turkey, Denmark, Finland, Sweden. So I'm not sure in Pakistan. Maybe Professor Zak will share with us later on in which area is Pakistan about on higher education benefit the student. So these are some strategies and initiative on the financial sustainability, improving the funding formula for public higher learning institutions, enhancing the student loan system, diversifying revenues, and optimizing costs. So let me share with you about the research focus for 2025 under Ministry of Higher Education and also Ministry of Science in Malaysia. The technology, engineering, culture, economic management, medical healthcare, art and humanities. So under that cluster, so AI is number one in technology, but engineering, construction still get engineering. Culture on food security, economic management in capital markets in Malaysia, medical health, in vaccine and pharmaceutical. There is money for the research that carry out in Malaysia. Arts and humanity on digital media production, online education and training. That is how they. So with that, thank you very much.
So, Professor Sani, and I would also like to intimate that inshallah tomorrow we will have a formal MOU ceremony with University Technical Malaysia Malaika in the presence of the Director of FAST. And similarly, they also propose to establish a center of excellence of UTEM at FAST at any campus, and maybe preferably Chiniot-Faisalabad campus. And other than that, he has also extended to establish FAST campus in Malaysia, and he assured his full support for FAST to establishing a campus in Malaysia. So this is a big support for us. And other than that, for young people, they are also offering scholarships for masters and PhD students. So you must interact during the tea or during the other session, because their dean, deputy vice chancellor, registrar, all higher management is here. So of course, when you will have interaction, they will support you in providing the scholarships at their universities. And for my faculty, they are also came here to hire faculty members at Malaysian universities, and there is also a big opportunity for all, because we are very open, like we must find out the opportunity. So when you people will be there, you will be representative of FAST, so we will have more collaboration. So it is a pathway for you people as well. And other than that, they are also offering the exchange faculty to spend some time there, and they will be also sending their faculty to FAST for teaching and training and for summer school run. And it's a really big support through this ICIT event, so I'm really grateful to you. And I also forgot to mention, we have associate professor from School of Information Technology, Curtin University, Canada, Dr. Umair Shafiq. So he has also joined us. And through his support and through Dr. Khurram's support, inshallah, we will be able to apply the Global Link internship program for different universities across the globe. But unfortunately, when we try to discuss this matter during last keynote speaker, Dr. Francis, the FAST University campus was not included in the list. But no, I'm sure with their support, we will be able to add that our campus in that link, and then you will be able to have internship opportunity in Canada as well. So inshallah, we will also plan this during this conference. So the first session objective was to give you the familiarization, and especially for the leaders and the senior researchers and the faculty members, those traveled through across nation, so that they can have the interaction, and also the other national people can have the possibility of collaboration through interacting with each other during this ICIT conference. So I think now we can proceed further. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening address. Your expertise, vision, and insights have truly inspired and enriched us all attending ICIT 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to hear from our esteemed guest of honor, whose remarkable accomplishments have made him a beacon of inspiration.
Please join us in warmly welcoming our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Shahid Qureshi, to share his few valuable thoughts on ICIT 2024.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So it is a just quick intro now. We will be continuing after tea, inshallah. So my respected participants, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. And it's a different conference. Shahzad Sahib, it's a different conference, it's different people actually. And the love and the attraction coming out of you and your team members is amazing. You know, the purpose of a conference is to share our ideas and thoughts. Our national poet Allama Iqbal said, like 100 years ago, Jahan-e taza ki afkar-e taza se hai namood. If you want to make a fresh world, come up with fresh ideas. Sango khisht se hote nahi jahan paida. Pathar, eent, resources are least important. More important are the people, the ideas, the creativity, the warmth, the hug. So when I was listening to Shahzad Sahib and Zabraz Sahib, so he is a campus director, but to me, he seems to be an entrepreneur. Networking and bringing all these people from across the globe. Is it, sir? it seems to be less of an academician, but more as an entrepreneur. Who is an entrepreneur? In Karachi, I was at IB Karachi for 12 years. There's Mehman community in Karachi, and there's Chiniot community in Chiniot. You know about Mehmans, what you say? Mehman means making enough money out of nothing. Making enough money out of nothing. This is a famous community in Karachi. If I ask this, I did my MBA from LUMS. If I ask a LUMS graduate, can you please make it for me? He said, okay, sir, feasibility study, funding, venture capital, ceremony, $50,000. If I ask a Mehman or a Chinioti, you know what will they say? Okay, sir, wait, I will come up with a sample. He will go and he will bring a sample, maybe with $100, maybe. He will get it done. You know how? Through his network, through his friends, with a smile, with a hug, and here you go. And once he gets the order, then he will hire LUMS and IB and fast graduates. And then he will hire them and say, sir, please work for me. So we will talk about that later, inshallah, but I'm very happy to listen to my brother Husseini, and I was talking to him. I teach Malaysian cases, alhamdulillah, and so I think it's a great opportunity, so please come back after tea. Apne jo bhi inko bhi le aayega, or business faculty members, I would love to talk and share my unlearnings. Jazakumullah khair. It's once again amazing hospitality. One more thing, do you know this road I was coming 58 years ago? 58 years ago, I went on this road. आज से 58 साल पहले I traveled on this road, but my age 58 years hai. My mother is from Chiniot, my father from Faisalabad, and I was born in 26 July, and after a few months, my mother and father brought me to Chiniot. So I can speak Chiniot. How many people from Chiniot stand in Chiniot? MashaAllah. और बाकी फैसलाबाद के? Oh, we are the, but I can speak both languages, alhamdulillah. Thank you very much and see you after the break. Yasin? Assalamu alaikum.
Professor Shahid will have, so now you can understand how much it will be interacting. So you must join his talk, and especially those who have the passion of entrepreneurship and want to start their startup and want to lead.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for gracing us with your presence today. I would now request our campus director, Professor Dr. Shehzad Sarfaraz, to please step forward and present the shield to our esteemed guest of ceremony, Dato Professor Dr. Husseini Umar.
Now I would like to request the campus director to present the shield to our respected guest of honor, Dr. Shahid Qureshi. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first session of ICIT 2024. We now invite our respected guests and participants to join us at the cafe located on the first floor of this building. I now request all of the guests to please join us on the stage for a group photo. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first session of ICIT 2024. We now invite our respected guests and participants to join us at the cafe located on the first floor of this building. Ushers are requested to kindly guide everyone for a short networking break. Faculty members are also requested to join at the cafe.
We'll see you back here for the next plenary session 1, invited talks chaired by Dr. Akhtar Hussain Julbani, West Pakistan at 12 in the auditorium.
Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of organizing committee, ICIT 24, I welcome you all in this invited sessions. In this invited sessions, we have 4 presentations, each of 30 minutes. So first of all, I would like to call Professor Dr. Shahid Qureshi from Pakistan to deliver his invited talk on entrepreneurship mindset for the emerging worlds. Professor Dr. Shahid Qureshi.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. And my respected friends from Malaysia, from the United States, UK, and Canada, and Sindh, mashallah, traveled all the way from Sindh. Huh?
Yes.
So my talk is about the entrepreneurial mindset and how we can integrate it with education and technology, and how to use that together to create value. So I will take you to 3 places, inshallah. We will be taking off, so you have to wear your seat belts. We will be traveling, we will be taking off from Chiniot, and then we will going to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, inshallah. And from Kuala Lumpur, we will be traveling to Malawi, Africa. So we'll be looking at 3 countries and 3 cities, and then come back to this place, and we'll try to figure out how these things are relevant. How these things are relevant. Are they relevant for universities, for professors, for computer science people? So once again, okay, let me see if it works. Okay, so my journey is a journey of unlearning and learning. So I'm continuously, right now I am a professor, but I still consider as a student actually. And I will share you that, why is it so. So what is entrepreneurship? My brother Husseini, this is a professor with whom I have been in touch since 2007. He was at Babson and he died in 2008. We were in email communication. You know how he defined entrepreneurship? It was very interesting. He says entrepreneurship is not about a new company, not about making money, giving jobs or creativity. It's more than that. Entrepreneurship is more than making money. Entrepreneurship is, you know what does it say? Look at this. It is about fostering an ingenious human spirit. It is about bringing your creativity out and improving humankind. Wow. So look at this, an American talking about something beyond selfishness. So generally the word entrepreneurship means making a lot of money, but he is saying it is something more than that. So something interesting comes to my mind. So my dear friends, what is an entrepreneurial mindset? So I will be taking you to 3 places, Chiniot, we'll go to Malaysia and Malawi. And we'll try to see that the biggest thing is you have to have, for an entrepreneurial mindset, we need to have an attitude and a behavior. If you have the right intentions, right way of thinking, and the right way of action, we call them the entrepreneurial mindset. For example, ravaiya. Our attitude is, in Urdu, ravaiya. Ravaiya means, I am something, I can effect change. I am creative, opportunities are everywhere. Failure is learning. So these are some of the things. In terms of behavior, and जैसे इकबाल says, अमल से जिंदगी बनती है, जन्नत भी, जहन्नम भी. So action orientation is high. My intentions are clear, my intentions are strong, I'm a go-getter. So if you put them together, if you apply your attitude and behavior in your startup, social venture, corporate, even if you're a professor, and if even sir is a board member, chairman, can he be an entrepreneur? Yes, he can be an entrepreneur. Shahzad Sahib, it seems to be today that he's an entrepreneur. The way he was acting and behaving, very proactive, creative. So my dear friends, this is called the entrepreneurial mindset. And let me take you, one of my teacher, he says, adult scientist is a kid which never grows up. इसका क्या मतलब? Doctor, what does it mean, sir? Adult scientist is a kid because kids are curious. So, and they are curious, they ask questions. So it means, no, I have to remain like a kid. My dear friends, let me take you to this place, this Chiniot. And I told you that 58 years ago, when I was few weeks old, my father and mother, they took me from Faisalabad to Chiniot. Or I remember these kind of milestones. And Dr. Amjad Saqib, who's the founder of Ahuvat, he wrote this book, The Successful People of Chiniot. Brother Hussaini, this small town in Chiniot, there's this small town of Chiniot, you know, Karachi, can it be compared with Karachi? Karachi is 100 rupees, this is $100, this is $1 maybe bigger than that. You know, in the Karachi Chamber of Commerce, 8 presidents of the Karachi Chamber of Commerce are from this small town, Chiniot. You know, these people are, why they went so big? Because of few qualities. You know what are those qualities? Those qualities are, these people from Chiniot, this small town, they traveled across the whole globe. All these green dots, Madras, Chittagong, Kolkata, Kanpur, and this was their first step. You know, they never got an education more than like 9-10 years of schooling. They were hardworking, they were experimenters, they had that right attitude. Go get them. If you are living, you can transform. So they went to Calcutta, they were in tide. During sacrifice, Eid al-Adha, when you sacrifice animals, they used to get those hides. They used to go do that processing. And they say that our fingers used to get damaged. But we kept on doing, we kept on learning. They say in Calcutta, we did a 3-day course. हमने 3 दिन का कोर्स किया. There was an academy, vocational institute. We learned chemistry. On this journey, you know what they say? After a journey of 15-20 years, a PhD in chemistry cannot talk to us. We know more than a PhD in chemistry. So lifelong learning was so important. And they said that the success of our key success factor of our business was, you know, number 1, we stay close to our parents. We eat together. Whenever we leave our house in the morning, we, get massage our parents. We get prayers from our parents. We speak the truth. We do mashwara. And I was wondering, none of these things is part of my curriculum. My BBA curriculum, my MBA curriculum. It's not part of the curriculum which made them billionaires. These are the billionaires of Pakistan. Next. And these are the companies which are leading Chinioti companies, which you can find in Pakistan: Sapphire, Nagina, Mayfair, Nishat, Mima. These are huge list of companies. And they did tremendous things. The next thing, let me take to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. This case, you see, when you are, Ahmad Faraj was a poet. Somebody was telling in the morning. A poet said, "Jin baaton pe aaj hum masloob hue, kya khabar kal ko kitabon mein mile." The poet says that there was a point when people used to joke and make fun of us. But I did something special. I did something special, and that something special became the course content. This gentleman, Brother Husamuddin, sitting on the sofa, his father was a prayer leader, Imam Masjid. 1 hour he was around, he was a Imam Masjid, and he was a small height person. You know, the mother and father trained him in akhlaq, in smile, in respect. He was of a shorter height, and people used to ridicule him in the class. You know what the mother said? The mother said, "Beta, you should run fast. Start learning how to run fast, find your own strength, and you will become different." And due to the virtues, so the title of the Babson case is, the American professor writes the case, how to use virtues in business. If you want to learn this, go and listen to the story of Hisamuddin. If you want to live a life of respect, so virtues seekho, ikhlaq, muhabbat, ajzi, inkisari, learn from, oh my God, mashallah. So my dear brothers, now this is it. It was a $130 million company which he started from almost $50, $100. The second story. The first story was we took off from Chiniot, and the second we took off from, let me take you to Malawi. So Malawi, this is a boy who is like 13 years old. 13 years old. He is dropped out of school because he does not have enough money. His English is pathetic, his English is poor. And his English is poor and pathetic. At the age of 13, he used his creativity to do something which not only saved his not only him, his family and his country. Oh my God, a 13-year-old boy has the potential, or a girl has the potential to save him, family and the country. Did my teacher tell me about this? Kabhi teacher ne bataya aapko ki yaar, the potential which you have is enormous. Sir, kabhi aisa hua? Bahut kam shayad ho. Let's see the story quickly. Malawi is a poor country, and this boy is going to school and he does not have enough money, and his uncle has a radio. He always liked to see and listen how to tweak. He fell in love with electronics, and when the uncle is not at home, he opens the radio, tries to see, and then he quickly packs it up. Open, pack, open, close. And one day the uncle said the radio is not working, and he said, "Uncle, I can try it." He tried and it started working. Uncle said, "Wow, you're great." And he gets more energy. So this is in class 7 and 4 and 5. It means, who stopped me for doing this creativity? And next, and what happened was, he's dropped out of school and he's spending time in the junkyard in Malawi. And he always has a bag. He always has a backpack and his book. One day, he looks at a bicycle of his teacher, and he looks at this. He says, "What's this? What's this? What's this?" Dynamo. He became curiosity. The next question was, what does it do? He cycled moved, and he found electricity. He said, "Wow, this is the way electricity is based." So this hook which came into his mind will lead to $1 million opportunity right now after a few years. So that's why, my dear students and professors and faculty members, drought comes in Malawi. Drought aa gaya, kahat aa gaya, there's no rain, people are dying. And at that point of time, he asked his dad, "Dad, Baba, can I get $20 from you? Can I get $20? Baba kehte hain ki nahi yaar." He looks at this class 5 science book, he looks at it, and isme na Dr. Saab, he looks at this picture. Afia Siddiqui's PhD was on imitation learning. She said that her thesis was that kids, they learn by imitation. They copy. So that's why, I remember when we were making a university in 2004, I asked a scholar how to develop our students. Bachon ki tarbiyat kaise kare? The scholar said to me, whatever you want them to be, you should be like that. Jo unko banana chahte ho, wo khud ban jao. Full stop. So my dear brothers and sisters, he looked at this wind energy picture and something triggered in his mind. And you know what triggered? He said, "This dynamo?" He said, "This old pump from the scrapyard." And he made a small minimum viable product, the Maimon model, making enough money out of nothing. And 3 things. And he made a sample, went to his father, "Baba, I can turn on your radio through wind. And the Baba gets angry, please go to the field. We have to work in the fields. He goes home weeping, talks to his mother, and the mother convinces his father. He gets some money, he gets this old bicycle, and goes to the scrapyard. And here you go, the windmill is being manufactured. In a factory, $1 million, कितने पैसे लगे? Manufacturing facility, incubation, seed funding. He's just doing it. And you know, here you go, the bamboos. And here you go, and here you go, and here you go. William is there, and here you go, the water comes in, and that village is transformed. And he's the author of this book, and Hollywood made this film, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. This is all against what we teach in the MBA program, what we teach in finance. It's all opposite here. It's all opposite which we teach in HR, marketing, finance, operations, engineering. But I do not totally disregard that. We need that. But you know, this book has been made compulsory. You know, University of Florida and Boy State University says that every boy and girl which comes to that university has to read this book. Dr. Sahab, aap na Chiniot entrepreneurs ki kitab lazmi karte hain. And you make it compulsory for every boy or girl who comes to Chiniot campus. And you know what happens? British professors flew from UK. They knocked the door. They knocked the door. Hello, William. So William comes out. Good afternoon, William. How are you? We are impressed with your contribution. We want you to give a Bachelor's of Technology entrepreneurship. And William has not done his 10th class. He's not done his 12th class. So you see the degree, I'm not against universities, but I'm for entrepreneurial mindset. That is something more than that, my dear. And so, and this is, somebody said, Dr. Sahab, please give us another example. This is a very recent example. Look at this, Dr. Sahab. Newton of Gaza, very recent, few months ago, 15-year-old uses wind energy to produce electricity. I did my engineering, I got first position from UIT. I cannot think about these things. But I can think is, I need $200 million, I will get a gas turbine, I will hire consultants, I will get some consultants from UK, I will hire from France people, will get some Alstom machines, will get Nespa consultants, we need about $800 million. Is this the entrepreneurial mindset? We will use that sometimes. So my dear friends, look at this, teenage Newton using junk scraps. And look at this. So my dear friends, I will just be quick. I'm copying your slides, anybody? From two. So the purpose of a school, college, or university is, you know what the purpose is? To mohtajgi se dene wala banana, from dependence to independence, from hopelessness to hope. Now umidi se umid dena. A top-notch university student came to me near Tarbela. He comes to me, and he comes to me, Dr. Sahab, I want to do MBA from IBA Karachi. I said, you spent $4 million. Sir, I can't get a job of 20,000 PPR. Sir, I said, then first of all, we will have to say Fatiha. Mabashir is-sabirin, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. The first degree. If your degree cannot equip you with this mindset, then we did some mentoring and coaching. And you know, he learned Java for free. Then he offered his services for free. And then now, alhamdulillah, he's making $3,000 without an MBA. So we have a few minutes left. So my dear brothers, from selfishness to beyond selfishness, fixed mindset, finite to infinite, purposelessness to, अगर मेरा finance का course मकसद नहीं दे रहा ना सर, माज़रत के साथ, आने तो बड़ा खतरा है. There's an American professor, James Thornton. James Thornton is a PhD in United States. On his website, you know what is written? He writes, I'm James Thornton, professor of finance. I help students develop financial models so that they do something, so that they glorify God Almighty. This is written on his website. समराइज क्या लिखा था इसमें? मैं लोगों को फाइनेंस पढ़ाता हूँ ताकि उसके जरिए फाइनेंशियल मॉडलिंग करके कारोबार करें, ताकि अल्लाह रब्बुल इज्जत की असमत और किबरियाई का ये मुंह बोलता सबूत बन जाए. Can you show me a professor from Karachi to Kashmir? सर बताइए मुझे, इस्लामिक फाइनेंस वाले से भी नहीं, वेबसाइट पे नहीं लिखा होगा. तो दिस इज माय पॉइंट कि जनाब आगे चलते हैं. आई एम सॉरी नाराज नहीं हो रही. दिस इज एन उर्दू. What is ilm होता है? इल्म से मुराद, I will be reading in Urdu, हकीकी इल्म, खुदा की मार्फत, आखिरत का इल्म, जिससे इंसान को रोशनी हासिल होती है. अगर इल्म किसी का हासिल ना हो, तारीकी में है, अगर से वह दूसरे इल्म में कितना ही शातिर हो. कानून मालियात के फन का माहिर था, इस तो फन में महारत का दावा भी था, लेकिन इल्म हकीकी से मारूम था. वही इल्म हकीकी से मारूम था. I will translate. He said Karun was an amazing PhD in finance, postdoc in finance. You know Karun? He was a postdoc, many postdocs, but he couldn't know. Oh, अगर इस नूर से वो मारूम हो, इनसे चालाक और शातिर तो बन जाता है, इंसान नहीं बनता. So I'll be quick. So once again, I have to go to the United States. माज़रत के साथ, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान के प्रोफेसर ने मुझे कहा नहीं है. I have to go to the US again and again. This professor, brother Hussaini, I need your attention please. This professor says, college students, green one, college students these days forego the big questions about who they are and how they can change the world, and instead focus single-mindedly on their economic survival. Pakistan में ये भी नहीं कर रहा. वो जो बच्चा कराची आया, the boy who came to Karachi said, I can't make 20,000, sir. I can't make 20,000. Sir, can you help me? उसका भी मसला हुआ है. ये आगे क्या कह रहे हैं? What a tremendous loss, yellow. What a tremendous loss this is for our youth, our universities, and our future as a society. I have 8,000 students. Most of them, they don't know why they're studying here. Why are you at campus? Because my brother said, my mom said, and he said, and she said. Why are you there? Why are you there? And he says, engage students on the question of purpose. And he says to the teachers, "Arey teachero, ya kya keh rahe? Jurrat pakdo, muster the courage to talk with students on the question of, talk with students about who they are." Chiniotis, they knew who they are. Hassanuddin, his parents helped him to discover who he is. The Malawi boy, when he discovered who he is, he not only made money. So my dear brothers and sisters, may God bless all of you. So I will be skipping because I will be... so we need to work on creativity. We need to work on innovation. This is the problem actually. So we are chaining our young men. We have to bring... You know what are the chains? The chains are, I need money, Baba. I need a lot of places, resources, sir. Hassanuddin never asked for money. He started printing few books. He went to a printing house in Kuala Lumpur. और एक छोटा सा order लिया. He just published, and that was the beginning. So this chains, my dear brothers, and so some girls as well. So हमारी बेटियों को भी transform होना है. And okay, so this is. I will be just skipping because I was once again. I was in Vancouver in 2017, and this person said universities have to change. Universities have to change because jobs have to change. The vanishing American corporation, he said, this is the era of careers. There were three eras. The careers era hai jobs and tasks. You know, in Pakistan, there used to be railways, power companies, telecom companies, steel mills. So do they offer jobs right now? There are no jobs. In 1980s, 90s, if you had a UET degree, you could go and get a job. But now we have moved into the jobs era, darmiyan mein aa gaye. Now we have gone to the gigs era. So that is the quick one. And so the problem with the university is still the curriculum and the content is 1960s content. CS के अलावा CS वालों से नहीं कर सकते. CS is pretty good, but many other we are still focusing our content in the era of 60s and 70s and 80s. So we need a new paradigm. And it's not me, sir. I had to pay $10,000 for my Babson course. And this was the reading given by Babson. It's not me, sir. After USA, this is what I had to pay $10,000 to get that workshop. And you know what they're saying? Bulldoze the business school. Because huge influence, they are widely regarded to be intellectually fraudulent places. I'm not saying this. The green fostering a culture of short-termism. तो ये सिर्फ मैं नहीं कह रहा और ये लम्स के अब्बा जान कह रहे हैं and he's talking about something interesting so in a way it means school, college, universities has to transform very recently and we need to focus on problem solving, better adults, citizens, workers, business owners, and that was a quick one. May God bless all of you. So the entrepreneurial mindset says that let's be a child, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty, has bestowed every young boy and girl with infinite possibilities. And if we start working from right away I'm working with a school trying to help them to be entrepreneurial. In class 1, 2, 3, they are learning kitchen gardening, solar, Java. 4, 5, at the class 5, 6, Python. They're learning Iqbal, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Class 1 school, the balanced school, Sialkot. The boys and girls, remember, you see, 50 verses of Iqbal. And my university students cannot read Iqbal. Anji, we cannot read Iqbal. I'm just worried, they can't read English. So the point is, if we cannot read, write, express, so this is the $1 million question. May Allah bless all of you. And I wish that FAST becomes a cornerstone and Malaysia becomes a leader. MashaAllah, it's already a leader. And the presentation was amazing. I think it's almost done from my side. So this verse I would like to say. Iqbal says, the poet says, Banaya ishq ne daryaye na paida kara mujhko. Ishq means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. God Almighty has made me a unbounded human being. There is no boundary of my creativity. Ye meri khud negadari, mera sahil na ban jaye, but my upbringing, they in a way they made me a narrow person. So Janab, once again, if there's any question, we can. It's very. It was difficult to cover. May Allah bless all of you. Thank you very much. If there's any question, we can take it.
So in one of your slides, you show us limiting beliefs, right? So that's the main interest for creativity and whatever you want, right? But then on the other hand, you showed us the slide with the definition of the knowledge. Isn't it also
Definition of knowledge. कहाँ था याद कराएंगे मैं first. कैसा? अच्छा हाँ उसमें अजीब
It also belief, so we are in the
अच्छा मैं पूरी तरह समझ नहीं पा रहा, अल्लाह समझा दे.
सवाल ये है कि आपने बताया कि हमें मेन इंटरेस्ट हमारे beliefs हैं.
ओके हाँ अच्छा वो आपके वो भी एक बिलीफ है. अच्छा हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि ओके वेरी गुड. तो हम कहते हैं उसको भी चैलेंज करें. आपकी जरूरत है तो चैलेंज करें उसको. अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला एज ए मुस्लिम, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to yatafakkarun, yatadabbarun. He doesn't want us to be blind following. तो वो चूँकि हम एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रह रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी, इसलिए वो स्लाइड ले आते हैं. Otherwise we encourage people to think कि अगर God है. I was in Lahore and there was लंबी हो जाएगी बात तो टाइम थोड़ा है, तो बहरहाल we encourage that you discover and ask questions. वो चूँकि पाकिस्तानी कॉन्टेक्स्ट है तो वो उसमें मसला ये हुआ है. An American professor is proudly using this knowledge and wisdom and saying that our professor is Henry Mintzberg in Canada, Montreal. He says we have to look beyond selfishness. And he says that how to look beyond selfishness is to reflect, ponder, and he says that I think nature and stars and galaxies and God Almighty made me think. तो So we just share and we let people think on what they are. Thank you for the good question. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And then they go and do 6 months training in the institution way of learning. So now I'm feeling at least there are things coming up because the person who is taking from UDT
This is the question.
One thing, and then we have outlined everything, how they implement it. That's where the problem is.
So the first question my brother is asking is that why 4 years? Because there are a lot of institutes emerging, Dr. Suhail Nafi, knowledge streams, and many other people, they're adding on to a 4 years degree. So I think that's a question mark. Our faculty members have to be strong, we have to be creative, we have to be innovative, we have to be experiential from right year one. Engaging बनाना है, we should not wait for knowledge streams. This is, and we have to work on it. How to do it is you have to train our faculty, encourage your faculty, and you have, because your faculty is the most important resource. So treat other. I asked a scholar 25 years ago how to develop our students. He said, "आपने जो उनको बनाना खुद बनाना." If my faculty member is creative, entrepreneurial while he is teaching, then the students will become each other. And the question number 2 was, how to do is, in our case, for example, at GIFT, we're also trying a lot. We do a lot of experimentation. So उसमें यह है कि we are encouraging our students कि वो आप ऐसे guest speakers के साथ engage कर रहे हैं, try to bring assignments, experiential learning, practical approaches. For example, one of my faculty members said, rather than doing a lot of theory, I'm just opening the website, DevOps, I'm just making them go through live. So if we can encourage our faculty members, give respect to them. Give respect to them, give time to them, and give some opportunities that they also become entrepreneurs. If my professor is an entrepreneurial person and doing something extra, then that comes. So I think universities, rectors, deans have to facilitate. And the faculty member also himself has to wake up. Faculty member अगर नहीं जागेगा तो फिर भी कुछ नहीं होगा. Thank you very much. जी sir. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is in our case, in our university, our owner, chairman Saab said that HEC, can HEC give us jobs? And he said HEC cannot do anything. So he said that we're going to be rebellious against HEC within 7 terms. So the course content seems to be very much in line with HEC, but when you dig inside, it is very entrepreneurial. It's very entrepreneurial in business and marketing and finance. Like 40-50% of the time, kids are spending time in chamber, in dal market, bazaar market of Gujanawala. They're working with an engineer. They're going with, you see, they're spending time, we were recording that time. So we make groups, we arrange faculty members to supervise them. So in our MBA case, we try them to come to campus only like 6-7 hours a week, that's it. We ensure that they spend time in a calculated way, we're trying to regulate it, we're doing experimentation. So I think we have to do that. We have to do that, otherwise these kids will not feel engaged and nobody's going to hire them.
Religiously, you cannot make your students creative because whenever you want them to do miracles, you have to ask for them to extra knowledge and all that. So there must be relaxation in entrepreneurship.
So I think the campus director, the dean, HOD, the vice chancellors have to understand this, and they have to be flexible. They have to be creative. The quality department has to know this, and the teacher has to be responsible. Actually, teachers have to be engaging. A lot of storytelling. So you need to have like 30 stories like this. So every day you have another story and engagement, and invite their relatives or businessmen into the class. So this is an effort which has to be done. I hope it will work. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shahid Qureshi Saab, for nice and informative talks. For the next invited talk, I would like to call Dr. Dominique Blanc from Telecom France, Paris, France, to come forward and present his invited talk on model-based systems engineering and model management for complex systems, state-of-the-art challenges and research direction. Dr. Dominique Blanc.
Okay. Hello everyone. So my talk is a bit more technical than the previous one, so I will try. I think I also have probably a bit too many slides, so I'll try to maybe skip a bit over the technical parts because the audience here is not specialist. So I'm going to talk to you about model-based system engineering. And just a quick question: who among you have ever heard about model-based system engineering? Okay, at least there's still about systems engineering. Okay, good. So this is actually a hot topic now in the industry, and I will explain a bit why. How do we switch the slides? Do I have one? Okay. So what is a complex system? That's I look at this definition from Wikipedia. So you see here on the right-hand side a bunch of complex systems. So the top there, this is a boat. It's actually the Maltese Falcon. It's completely automated. It's a sailing boat. So it is a complex system. On the right, you have the Airbus 380, which is an aircraft that is quite complex. I will talk more about it. But you also have power grids. You have also cars, like cars that are communicating to each other. The brain itself is a complex system. Large language models also. And even social people, like a group of people doing some tasks, can be seen as a complex system, especially that, of course, a human being, as opposed to normal systems, are often less predictable. And even the universe itself is a complex system. So basically, the complex system is always constituted of many elements, and there are a lot of relationships between these elements, which makes that complex. And the result of this is that typically you may have what we call emergent properties. So you may well understand each of the individual systems that are composed together, and all of a sudden you see a property of this composition that cannot directly be derived from the behavior of the individual systems. And that's what makes this difficult. And you have also non-linearity, so we have a change in some phenomena, like, for example, climate is a complex system, because you just change the small initial conditions. We call that the papillon effect. And all of a sudden you have a different climate. 2 days later you have a storm instead of having a beautiful sun. So these systems that we engineer are more and more difficult to build due to this complexity. And okay, the wrong direction. And so just to illustrate how this complexity is growing, I'm taking this old plot. This is actually from the avionics domain, so it's easy for people to relate. So what you have here plotted is the number of software lines of code in aircrafts from both Boeing and Airbus. And what you see when you trace the slope of this plot is that the number of lines of code doubles every 4 years. And so we're again in these non-linear effects, and that's what makes these systems also more and more complex to engineer. This is an example. I'm not a fan of military aircrafts, but this is good because we have the numbers for these aircrafts. So I don't know who knows about the F-16, F-35. The F-35 is complex. It still has problems, even though it's in operation today. And what people did to understand this complexity, they have studied the effort that they made to develop these systems. And they compared that to the number of lines of code. So slot there means software lines of code. And when you compare this, you see that actually the F-35 has 175 times more lines of code than the F-16. And so we use this number of lines of code as some kind of measure of complexity. And when you look at the effort that was put in developing these aircrafts, you see that the F-35 took 300 times more effort. So here we have this nonlinear effect. And we see this problem also on the European side. We have the A400M military aircraft that went at least 10 years delayed in production with 6.2 billion over budget. So it's really a big problem to develop these complex systems today. So people started to study why this is where these problems come from. So I don't know how many of you know about this. This is what is called V-cycle model. It's a process development model. Huh? So basically, you start by capturing your requirement. You then go into a first system design, and then you go into the software architecture. Then you divide the system into components and divide in concrete principle, and then you go into coding. So people have looked there as where are the errors in the design introduced, and they found that 70% of the errors are introduced very early at the requirements and system specification time. And that's actually what makes this expensive. So when you look, if you assume that to fix an error at the requirements and system design time costs you 1, then how much does it cost you to fix that error if you only find it late, say let's say here you have at unit testing. So if you find it at unit testing, it's 5 times already the cost. And if you find it at integration testing, it's 20 times. And when you go to operation, then it goes between 300 and 1,000. And that's really what makes this system difficult to cost. And regarding problems at operation time, I think we've all seen that. Sometimes you have car makers, all of a sudden you have to return your car to the garage because a bug in software was found. That's extremely expensive. And so people have looked at where these errors in the design and in the requirements come from. And they came back to the idea that basically it comes from what we call mismatch assumptions in collaborative engineering. So for developing these complex systems, you're not going to do it alone, right? You're going to have several teams of engineers to collaborate. You'll have engineers of different domains, different engineering domains to collaborate. And all these guys are talking about the same system, but sometimes one engineer is assuming this to be true, and the other one doesn't, and then you have this inconsistency. And many actually of these errors come from these inconsistencies. And you can see this is actually an example. Do you recognize this rocket there? It's an Ariane 5 rocket. So this led to what we call the most expensive software bug in history. and that actually can be seen as a mismatch assumption problem. What happens is you have a system that controls the horizontal velocity of the rocket. People say, oh, well, let's reuse the one from Ariane 4 because it will be cheaper. Put that in Ariane 5. But Ariane 5 is much bigger, much more massive. And so the velocities are higher, and because of that, there's not enough memory in some variable. There's a variable overflow that causes an error, and the system detects that problems and makes the rocket explode for safety reasons. Okay? So basically, you have the software that assumes that the velocity will not be larger than such value. This is fine in the Ariane 4 environment, but it's not fine in Ariane 5. So many problems come from that. There is also another one. I don't know if you know about this one, Airbus 380. So this is a very good example of collaborative engineers. Airbus is a distributed company in Europe. So for example, in the A380, you had the people in Hamburg, Germany, designing the wires here that you see. And the airframe was designed by people in Toulouse. And when they first assembled the first A380 in Toulouse, they realized that the wires were shorter by a few centimeters. And so that cost, again, billions and overrun and time, development times. And why is that? It's because, again, these people, they had two engineering domains. We have some engineers that work on the mechanical frame, mechanical engineers, and others work on electrical wires. And these guys somehow didn't use the exact same version of the tool. The tool was not calculating the corners the same way, and that led to this discomfort. So what we say here, we had a consistency relation that was broken. That's what this arrow, broken arrow shows in the bottom. And so how can we avoid this? The idea is to go into model-based system engineering. Models means we want to use models instead of natural or informal language specification. So trust it, even today, when you engineer complex systems, there are a lot of documents that will be simply Word documents, or they can be architecture documents, but they will be informal documents. So how can you check then that these models remain consistent? That's a difficult task. Maybe now with ChatGPT, that would be better. We could ask Professor Faisal if that could be solved. But the idea, our idea there is we use domain-specific language to model the system. And because the language you use is formally specified, then you're okay. You can build the tools, and this tool can do these checks for you. Okay, so that's the idea there. And people have already tested this in the US for avionics. There was a SAVI project, System Architecture Virtual Integration. They show that you reduce at least in the conservative way by 25% cost reduction. And so the idea here, a nice analogy to illustrate this, is to talk about programming. Who knows how to program here? Only you, Professor Faisal? No, 2%, 3%, 4, 5? Who has ever programmed an assembler? Oh, I see only gray hair, only gray hair. I did also. And is it easy to program an assembler? Is it easy, enjoyable to program an assembler? Those, if you remember, it's actually painful, because you have to know the processor architecture, you have to handle all the details. I put this memory there, this variable there. And what we did to overcome this, we created with these higher level of abstraction programming languages that we have here, C, C++, Ada, Java, whatever. And the key idea there is to increase the level of abstraction. And then you have built in the language constructs that help your life. And that's exactly what we're doing there from modeling. We're again trying to increase this level of abstraction. We use models at higher level of abstraction. And we let all the details. Then we do our design space exploration. We can modify these models. Oh, this doesn't work. We do analysis thanks to tools. We modify until we have a good design. We generate the code. And then we're back to the compilation chain that we had before. Okay, so that's really what we're doing there. So this is actually a V-cycle model, but modified for modeling. We call that architecture-centric virtual integration. So basically, at each phase of the V-cycle, you use models so that even at the beginning, during requirements engineering phase, you can check your requirements for correctness. And so, for example, let's say you can very often have contradictory requirements. So let's say I have requirement that says this desk should be red, and another requirement that says this desk should be blue. Then is it possible to construct my desk, my system? Of course not, because there is no system that meets all these requirements. So analyzing all this early, we can improve the system development. So what is the state of the art of NBSC? So there is a small paper that did a survey a little while ago, but right now from our industry contact, we can see that actually many companies are really introducing, some have already introduced NBSC to their processes, especially those working in complex systems. And there are very good things, of course, because you can increase the quality and efficiency thanks to these models. Communication is better, process methods are better managed, but they are bad because you force your engineer to work differently, and sometimes this they don't always like actually. They want to keep their own practice. Some people don't want to learn. Not everyone is a little genius like the person that previous previous part was talking about. And so some people say, no, this is useless, etc., and you need the skills. And what I want to focus about here is there's a lack of management support, and which is why we do research on what we call model management. So if you engineer a complex system like an aircraft, you're going to have to handle about thousands of models, because you have engineers have their models of mechanical, electronics, etc., and the system have their models. And the key challenge is how do we manage that these many models remain consistent as they are being modified in parallel by different teams. And somehow we would like to automate that. Right now these checks are done by manual inspection. Teams have, okay, it's Friday, let's Friday we reconcile our models, we all dedicate our time to that. But that's painful, so we like to automate that, and this is what we call actually model management. So this is one of the main challenges I want to talk here. And it's so much in a need right now that many companies are currently developing their own approach to model management. And this is a 3D systems. They use an underlying tool, I think, called to manage the different models that you can see here. There is a project in the US, OpenCesar, where they developed an ontology language to do that, to integrate systems. NUCES, who makes a lot of modeling tools, have their own thing that they call a model center, etc. But everyone is working on its own side, and so what we're trying to do as a researcher, we're trying to develop proper foundations to solve this problem. Okay. And we have our own approach. So it's an architecture-centric model management approach. And we talk here about mega modeling. So you see modeling word that happens a lot of time. Mega modeling means it's a scale, it's a notion of scale. We models in the large. And so basically a mega model is a model that has models as its own elements, and it captures also the relationships between these models. And what we do to manage modeling, we create a modeling language to model the modeling language. So this is why here I have this sentence, modeling by creating mega modeling language. And once we have specified all these models, all their relationship, then we can manage these models correctly. So to give you an idea, what we do is we model links between elements of these models, and to each link we can attach, so this is a class diagram, we can attach basically an operation, and if some model element change, the operation will be executed, and then we can code that so that we preserve consistency, we update the corresponding model element to keep these things consistent. So that's our approach right now. We have a framework to do that. There is another approach. We work with our partners in Bretagne in France. It's called OpenFlexo. It's really, they have this notion of model federation. So the idea here is you have all these models, you federate them as if it is a single model. And for this, you can create concepts. They are virtual concepts. And when you read and write the data of these concepts, you write the actual models instead. And so this is done, for example, they are able even to manage models that are not, language is not formalized. Even, for example, Excel, you can link a value in Excel, and if you change that value, you can propagate that change to other models in your engineering process. So they have this notion of technology adapter that makes that they are able to tackle all different technologies for their systems. Right? So because for us, everything is a model, even an Excel sheet is a model. This is a quick example. So this is an example where you have two tools performing some analysis for worst case execution time in programs. And each of these tools is using different formats to encode some data. There it's blocks bytes, and then it's cache line size. And then you have this relation, cache line size equals 2 to the block bits. Right? So we want to maintain this consistency relation. So we can encode that thanks to our framework. And what we do, we create virtual concepts there. We create a virtual language. And the good thing about this is that our users, for that to change, they only need to know this virtual language. And everything gets written in the independent modules, and we can reuse all the tools independently. So that is quite very useful. That's this model federation approach. So you're kind of creating a viewpoint on all the models. And then we have a workflow, and we can execute these tools of the two chain. But the thing is, if you change one of the models, the other models will be changed to remain consistent, and you avoid these inconsistency errors that we have talked about before. Let's talk a bit about simulation. There's sound. You can cut the sound. So we have a lot of partnership with Manu. I have a PhD student working with these guys. And they have a lot of problems. What they do is they simulate everything, really everything for the car maker. What you have here in this big box, it's a bit like a cockpit simulator, like crash, but you have the whole car inside it. And wow. People actually are in the car and everything is simulated. They have the whole environment as if they were in a real car. But however, to build all this simulation, it takes a lot of effort currently to do because they build what they call simulation platforms. And these simulation platforms will combine hundreds of models for the environment, models for the car, models for the engine. And developing this is quite complicated and also requires model management. So the PhD thesis is really to help them doing that. And one key aspect we address in models is model validity. So as you know, a model is a representation of reality, but it's often a simplification of reality. In other words, we want the model to be easier to use than the real system, and it makes approximation. And it happens often that you use a model that makes this simplification, but that does not meet the real system. So, and right now, there's nothing to formally document all these hypotheses a model makes on this system. Okay, so we're working really on capturing that to really help them build a better system. And this is a very easy example with a velocity addition in physics, for those who did physics. You have here a kid that throws a snowball. I guess you don't have snow here in Pakistan. It throws a snowball. So what is the velocity of that snowball? Then you have to add the velocity at which the snowball is thrown with the velocity of the walking, the trolley, I don't know, and that gives you the velocity. But this is true for this case, but you know as physicists that this is not always true. Right? If you were able to go as close to speeds closest to the speed of light, then this simple addition law of velocity is no longer valid. You have to use a relativistic model. So that's why, just to illustrate that this Newtonian model should come with its hypothesis on the real system you're modeling. So that's really what we're working on formalizing all this. Okay, and so we do this, we model also not only the validity, but how do we know the validity? We need to consider experiments that were made to develop a model. So we have the notion of experimental frame, and then we capture all this information. This is an example with a simple resistor model. And a resistor model, again, the Ohm's law has validity limits. If you heat up too much a resistor, then the model is no longer linear. Okay, so we have a perspective for this model management. So who is interested here in digital twins? It's a very fashion new. Okay, so we are also interested in that. So as you know, digital twin is simulating a running system so that it's connected to a running system. It gets its data, it's simulated so that you can do predictions for maintenance. And again, this is again just a simulator, so it has simulation models, but it may well happen that the environment of the twin change, and this model again is no longer valid. So we have a project, we should have a PhD thesis on that, to apply our approach for model validity and be able to switch and go into a model library to switch to use the right model when we discover that it no longer fits our needs for the digital twin. So that's an interesting model management for digital twins. And we're also interested in tackling other disciplines than engineering, because we think that modeling can benefit a lot in other disciplines. For example, we've worked with people working on policy making for forestry, and these guys really are using what we call the poor man's approach in the sense that they don't have many tools, they don't have modeling language, everything is specified in natural language, and they have a lot of problems. However, when you try to get these guys to use our modeling tools, then you realize those are not the same people, they're not engineers, and they find it way too complicated. For example, you know LaTeX, who used LaTeX to write a research paper? So we tried with this researcher, let's use LaTeX to write our grant proposal. And there was just no way, it was way too complicated, so we reverted to Word. Right? And so this is just to say that you have to consider the people that are going to use your tools. And so in that way, we're trying to make modeling more accessible, and we have built a tool that can process informal sketches. We all do sketches. When we think about engineering, we like to go to the board and draw. And we don't want to be constrained by a modeling language. So what we have in this approach, we use ontologies to try to gradually parse these informal sketched elements into concepts of a modeling language, and we use user input as reinforcement learning to gradually come up with a modeling language. And then we provide feedback on the other way. If you draw something that is not conformant, you can provide feedback to the drawing and say, oh, is that what you mean, etc., etc. So we're working towards an approach. We have the first publications of the two. This is an example of this. This is we work on the video game domain. This is a video game level of informal drawing, even though it's an SVG. Then you go into social. This is for policy making. And the funny thing, you see, this is even more informal. It has a lot of text. And then you question, why do you have these two arrows here? You have a dash arrow and a full arrow. So you go to policy making. People, why do you use this? And you say, oh, I saw this in another paper. And in the end, no one knows exactly why you use this symbol. Someone just came up arbitrarily with that idea. So we're trying to bring a little bit more formality like that. So that's pretty much what I have. I hope you enjoy this talk about MBSE. Maybe what I want to stress is talk a little bit about our school, Telecom Paris. So even though it says telecom, it is not a telephone company. Many people think that at first when we talk about my school. It's part of a bigger institute called Institut Polytechnique de Paris. It's really a school about digital engineering. It was founded in 1878 to train telecom engineers, but now it's really digital engineering. And for those who are undergraduate here, we have a PhD track program, and we have actually scholarship to pay you for doing both master and PhD at our school. And if you're interested, really, you can come talk to me. Application deadline is January 16th. So if you want to go to Paris, if you like cheese, then you're welcome. So thank you for listening. Any questions? I took more time. Yeah?
My concern is that doesn't this create a layer of governance that somebody now has to manage?
Yeah, that's also part of modern management activity. This concurrent engineering, distributed engineering brings it much more. And actually, when they started to develop the Airbus, there was already a big problem in French engineers communicating with the German engineers long time ago. Even the French may not speak well English, etc. So it really brings overhead that we try to overcome with these model management tools.
Thank you for the So we are using our model not only to specify the property that you have mentioned, but also to model the vulnerability of the target language where it is going to be translated. And the challenge that we are facing is the fact that languages have their own semantics. Only C language has a certified compiler at the moment. So we cannot trust any language. So how do you see this transition in your project?
Yeah, so what we do when we develop a modeling language, we also try to specify the semantics as well as possible. So many standards, like we work on a standard called AADL for modeling embedded systems. The semantics is written in natural language in the standard specification, and what someone has started to do is use the COC formal language to specify the semantics of this language. And then already by doing this, they found a lot of issues in the semantics of AADL actually. So this is one way, is to always also model your semantics with the appropriate language.
But we have faced the problem in modeling that vulnerability to fall.
Ah, okay.
That's the reason.
Okay. So COC I think is a bit hard to use from what they are.
For non-linearity is very hard.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to program the techniques.
Yeah, exactly.
So which what do you have other than fall?
So I'm not so much into formal methods. I work more in the support, but my colleagues, they use a lot of a different language. They may use time automata with UPAL, the model checking. The idea is you have this central architecture model, and then you derive whatever Petri nets model you need from that to do your analysis and put back the properties out of the analysis in the architecture model. It's used as a source of truth, basically. Sorry for being too long.
Microsoft Corporation, USA, with title Using Artificial Intelligence to Keep the Internet Safe. Dr. Faisal Farooq.
Thank you very much. Saleh. Thank you. My name is Faisal Farooq, and I'll be talking about how we can use artificial intelligence to keep our internet safe. And specifically, I'm going to be talking about content safety. The outline of the talk, okay. So the outline of the talk, I'll talk a little bit about motivation, the problem statement, how do we actually measure what is harmful content, then how do we use AI for content moderation, some challenges, results, and then hopefully conclude. So in today's world, we have a lot of user-generated content. Back in the day, we had websites where there were content management systems and there was a set of people that were able to actually create content. Now, with companies, social media companies like Facebook, my own company like Pinterest, other companies that that they're in LinkedIn and everywhere else, users can actually generate content. You here sitting right now, everyone that has a phone is actually generating content, right? The issue with that, and sorry, this is a little. These screens are better. This one I don't see. So the problem is the scale of the content. For those who may not be able to read this, this is a scale that we have never seen before, right? We're talking about, for example, at Facebook, 2.5 billion pieces of content being uploaded every day. Right? It's a billion with a B, right? 2.5 billion pieces of content being uploaded every day. At Pinterest, we have 240 billion pins saved with 166 million pins, and pins are images being uploaded every single day across the globe, right? So if we wanted to have humans sit somewhere and try to see if this content is safe before it goes onto the internet, what would happen? That you like something, and probably after 18 years, you would see that like, right? But you click the like and somebody in US right there sees your like. So that's a piece of content you just created. So that's the latency we're talking about. And that's the scale we're talking about. So how do you do content moderation? Now, why is this a problem? And I want you all to focus a little bit on this. And I again apologize, I don't know why this screen is like this, but if you see these screens, then it's showing better. So, no, it's the focus. It's not focused. So anyway, I'll So it's 93% of boys and 62% of girls under the age of 11 are now exposed to explicit content, right? This is the reality of user-generated content. Because there is content uploaded at such a speed, like 93% of boys and 62% of the girls under the age of 11 are exposed to explicit content. And there are some other numbers, but what is the outcome of that? The outcome of that is almost 30% increase in suicide rates due to social media, right? 59% of human trafficking is now done online, right? And one of the funny things is, if you translate all of this stuff, what that would mean is across the globe, every day, one person is spending at least 10 minutes looking at nonsensical stuff, which is translating into $67 billion of loss annually, right? And I'm only talking about productivity loss, right? One of the other big harms is, why is this content there? This content there is for clickbait. You look at this content, right? And somebody wants to click it, you click it, and it leads you to a website where all of your personal information is stolen and there's money being taken away. So that's the ultimate aim of these people why they're putting this content there, right? So this 67 billion does not even include the financial loss that is happening actually to fraud. This is only productivity loss, right? So hopefully, now I'm sort of motivated that there is actual problems, physical problems, financial problems, mental problems that are happening because of this bad content on the internet that is generated by us, by humans, right? Okay, so I'll just briefly talk about some of the categories of harmful content. There's hate speech. We have violence on Facebook and other places. Adult content, of course, all of us know there's a lot of adult content on a lot of websites. And again, there are websites that are meant for that. They actually are very open that this is what these websites are for. We're talking about websites and social media that are actually not supposed to have this, right? And then there are other ones that, we have other categories as well as spam. We have graphic violence, child abuse, terrorism-related content. All of this content that is unsafe is actually on these websites, right? Now, how do we actually measure how much content is on a platform? And why is measurement important? For all the students here, why is measurement important? Like, why would I want to know how much content is on this, right? For every student, for every engineering student, you should remember, if you want to improve something, the first step to that is measure that. You will not improve anything unless you measure it, right? So we want to measure how much of content is actually on our platforms. So if you, for example, see Facebook, Instagram, printers, the common term we use is prevalence. Prevalence means if I have, let's say, 100 pieces of content, of those 100 pieces at any given point of time, randomly selected, how many are bad, right? So that's a simple prevalence. Then the other method people use is user reports. And how many reports come in for bad content from users? Then there's a variant of prevalence, which is impression-weighted prevalence. Because one of the important things here is there may be content which is bad, but it is not actually being seen because it's not being recommended by the recommendation systems. So you actually weight it by impressions. Impressions mean how many times people are actually viewing this content, right? So you weight it by the impression. And there are also content removal rate, content detection speed, and violative view rates. These are some things that we measure on the platforms to actually understand how well are our systems working to remove this content that should not be there, to remove this bad content that should not be there, to make the experience on the platforms for the users safe. And how does content moderation work? Usually the workflow goes, users upload content, it could be a text, it could be image, I just took a picture at ICIT, I uploaded it to my Facebook feed, right? It goes into a queue, And of course, no human is going to look at that, because if a human starts looking at it, then that image is going to be on my feed maybe in 20 years, right? So instead, a pre-moderation system, an AI system will look at it, try to make an initial guess on is this content safe or not. Based on that, it goes into the queue, and then the queue just takes it up, starts distributing it to my contacts, to my network, and maybe on other ICIT feeds or whatever. Once it's distributed over there, let's say the AI system actually missed it and it was a bad piece of content. One of you says, hey, this is bad content, and it's being tagged as ICIT. It shouldn't be. So they report it, hey, this is bad content. As soon as that is reported, it goes back to the AI system. The AI model is trained, retrained, and then you act on it. That piece is removed. Next time, if something similar piece of content is uploaded, your pre-moderation system is better. So what are some of the things we use? And again, I'll try to make it a little technical, but not too deep. So we use a lot of natural language processing. We use, for detecting sentiment, hate speech, bullying. You use a lot of that for textual content, like for example, YouTube's hate speech classifier. The methods we use are, there's two variants of the methods, for example, that are mostly state-of-the-art. You have a text query coming in, and there's a base language, large language model. You generate embedding out of it, feed it to a multi-layer perceptron, give it to a softmax, because what you want out to produce is probabilities. So once you produce those probabilities, you use it downstream in another system. It's just like Dominique was saying, it's a system of systems, right? So it's not, you're just producing an output. Those probabilities are going to be used by another system to make decisions. For image and video, you have other systems that, for example, if there's an image, imagine it's a bad image, right? And I'm just using any, a very benign banana image or whatever. Let's say it was a bad image, you train your systems on it, and what you use is not just the embeddings from the image. What you also use is other information, for example, user information. If a user is, let's say, known to interact with bad content, that itself gives you information on something may be wrong with this content, because this user is known to engage with bad content. They're engaging with this content, so there's some feature, some information being used. So it's a lot of information that goes into the model, and then you can make a decision on whether it's images. And then for videos, what you do is you sample the videos, frames within the video, and then use a combination of those in your image model. The biggest change that has happened in content moderation and content safety moderation is using multimodal learning. And multimodal learning, you not just use text and enforce on text, or images and enforce on images, you use a combination of that. As an example, if an image is not itself being flagged as something is wrong, but there are comments in the image that give you more information, something is wrong with this image, the machine learning classifier will start learning from everything that is included there. So text, image, video, tags, metadata, user interactions. So this is multimodal learning. And one of the biggest changes, and to be honest, one of the most positive changes, has been long sequence transformers. I don't know how many of you here know about long sequence transformers. When transformers were started, we had issues, even the BERT models, other models. The biggest issue was the token size used to be like 512, right? Then there came Big Bird, and Big Bird was 1024, and everyone was like, wow, we doubled the size. Right now, we can have millions. Google came out with a long former, which can input 64 million tokens worth of embeddings in it, right? So now why is it important? Is because you can use a lot of information and train these models, and your models keep getting better and better and better, right? And how is it scaled? Because like I said in the very beginning, one of the biggest problems is scale. So how is it scaled? You use this method called reinforcement learning, possibly with human feedback, right? Again, think of that cycle. You upload something, pre-moderation, goes into feed, someone reports it, and it's fed back into the system, right? Now imagine you were to do this repeatedly, right? You have to retrain it repeatedly. What you would do is, instead of having a human in the middle trying to report it, you have a student model that actually keeps looking for this content, tries to find it, and as soon as there is doubt in any piece of content, it sends it to a parent large language model and says, because the parent model has more information, and says, hey, what do you think about this piece of content? I have doubts. And because the parent model has a lot more information, now what that can do is that can push the probability over the boundary and say, yeah, it is bad, and then you just feed it back into the model and you learn, right? So this is all automated, and with this, what we have done is the retraining that used to be maybe like 6 months, every 6 months, this is now hourly. Literally, models can now be trained hourly, right? And as soon as we identify a bad piece of content that we were missing, the model can be retrained, and now anybody that uploads a similar piece of bad content, it will be detected, right? So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we have some of the results that people have been, So 97% of hate speech on Facebook and 99% of Pinterest is identified by AI before it actually goes onto the platform, right? At Pinterest, 300 million pieces of adult content are removed every year. And 77% of that never make it to the platform. And 96% of that is actually viewed by less than 10 people. So even though it makes it to the platform, the harm is reduced. And we also have like 1.5 million pieces of graphic violence that we remove. And not just that, 20 million accounts are also removed because they engage in this violent behavior. They upload bad content. So 20 million user accounts every year are also banned from the platforms. In conclusion, okay, so we have these challenges. I'll just very quickly. So we have, like I said, I initially mentioned scale is a huge problem, but class imbalance is one of the biggest problems that we face. Imagine if you have 0.005% of the class that is bad. Let's say you have a 2-class problem, right? Good content, bad content. If I create, for the students here, if I create a model that calls everything good, it's not even a machine learning model, it's just a pass-through model, right? Calls everything good. What is the accuracy of that model? For every student that was actually paying attention. What's the accuracy of that model? The accuracy of that model is 99.995%. It's a pretty good model, right? You don't need to do anything. So how do you actually make a model that's good on that 0.005%? Anyway, in conclusion, with its benefit, we all know the benefits of social media. User-generated content has opened up avenues of significant harm unless it is unchecked. And it's a joint responsibility because industry cannot solve this on its own. It's a joint responsibility of academia, industry, and governments to solve this. AI has proved to be very instrumental. And then beyond content safety, what we are focusing on is even if the content is safe, how do we ensure, especially our children and youth, they don't engage in things like filter bubbles and doom scrolling, right? How many of you have actually found yourselves in this position where you're literally doom scrolling? You're sitting and scrolling your feed, you're scrolling your feed, you're scrolling your feed. And that's what recommendation systems do. The more you engage with it, they give you similar content, and you keep scrolling. And little do you know, you're wasting all of your time in this, and you just keep doom scrolling, right? So those are things that happen even with safe content. So these are some of the things that we're trying to solve in the future with artificial intelligence. And thank you. With that, I'll just take any questions if we have time.
years, you would start seeing the repercussions of that particular thing. So how you're dealing with it?
Absolutely. This is a fantastic question. In fact, problems that we face right now is how do you not let the bias in the system, and I'm not talking about a software system here, I'm talking about the political system or this social system. How do you not get that bias into your AI systems, right? One of the things what we often do is, the first thing that you want to do is you want to identify bias. And identification of bias is based on simple policies, right? The better the policies are, and most of the platforms struggle with this, how do you ensure that your policies are simple, right? You will identify content as violative. It was uploaded from Gaza, and you think, oh, there is violence in it, but actually it's news, right? So how do you ensure that your policy clearly states that if there is violence, but it's actually related to a political event or news, it's okay to show it as long as the user is willing to see it, and you, for example, have disclaimers. Hey, there is violence in this video. Are you sure you want to see it? And then you will click it, right? But your platform allows it. So this is one of the things that you want to ensure that your policies are clear. Once your policies are clear, you have things like Ackman's correction and other things in machine learning models that you use to be able to first detect the bias, and then you correct for it, right? So this is an ongoing process, just like retraining of the models. So as long as users report, and this is one of the important things, is if you feel something is not violating, you should report it, because that actually helps our models to be better. You can say, oh, this is actually not violence. This was supposed to be news. Somebody reviews it, and as soon as they mark it safe and say, yes, this is news, believe it or not, it makes our models better.
And then we have to take it to K-12, because ultimately 11, 12, 13 years old students are subjected to the content that they shouldn't have been subjected to. So how do you suggest that we take all this, that how I can teach a 12-year-old kid that, okay, please don't do this? That I'm developing a K-12 system for understanding the native AI, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm struggling with this, that how can I convey this complex idea to a 13-year-old student that, okay, this is not free, because there are no filters or anything. I cannot log
honestly, that is such a difficult question. It's not just us, our governments are not able to answer this question, right? Australia recently banned came out with this bill which will ban social media for everyone that is below 16, right? Is that the right thing to do? Honestly, we don't know. Nobody knows the right answers right now, but what everyone now realizes is the social media, with all its benefits, that was the bullet in my conclusion, with all its benefits, has a lot of harm, and that has to be checked. And that's why I said it's not just a problem of artificial intelligence. Well, I'm an artificial intelligence researcher. I'm solving my artificial intelligence problem. But this problem cannot be solved only by artificial intelligence, right? This is a social problem, and we need academia, we need AI researchers, industry, as well as policymakers to come together to see. Because there is also contextualization. What is good for Pakistan may not be good for United States, or other way around. United States, someone will say, what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this woman wearing these clothes? In Pakistan, we're like, la hawla wa la quwwata, right? It's contextualization. Yeah.
I have a quick question about whether these platforms would be trusted and really implementing what you call doom scrolling, because it may contradict their business interest.
Yeah.
So, because they earn, the more time you spend online, they earn more.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen really any one of them even moving towards a bit like many of us waste hours daily, but they might be, because, for example, my phone tells me your screen time was 4 hours.
Absolutely, and it's such a good point, because this literally goes against the business model, right? The social media business model is eyeballs. The more eyeballs, the longer the eyeballs, the more money you make, right? You think you're using Facebook for free, the longer you're spending and wasting your time on it, they're making money, right? Mark Zuckerberg is getting richer. Right? Anyway, I'm just joking. So but the issue here is we are actually recognizing this. The industry is recognizing this. And one of the reasons for that we're recognizing this is the long-term well-being and the long-term wellness of our users depends on this. And we don't just want the user to be there for 4 months, use the heck out of it and then hate it and go away, because that's lost revenue. So for the long-term wellness, now we understand that this needs to be done, especially for the underage population. We're implementing, social media companies are actually now implementing Pinterest, Instagram, TikTok. They're implementing filter bubble policies, doom scrolling policies, where if the user is underage, if the user is say 11, 12, 13, and you see they're getting into a filter bubble, you just literally stop the feed, meaning the feed doesn't update. And what happens when a feed doesn't update? You just get bored. It's like, oh, why is it not updating? It's the same thing, right? You just got to go off. So it's not like we stop their access. They still access, but the feed stops updating, right? And they get bored and they just go away, right? So these things are being implemented because, going back to the revenue, it hurts long-term revenue. It may actually help short-term revenue, but it hurts long-term.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Faisal Farooq. And after our last talk, I would like to call Khurram Aziz, Dalhousie University, Canada, and present his talk on the promise and perils of AI-driven personalized teachings. Dr. Khurram Aziz.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, I'm Khurram Aziz. I'm teaching at the Dalhousie University in Halifax, Canada. And today I'll be talking about the promise and perils of AI-driven personalized teaching. So everybody know what AI is? Yes? How many knows? Oh, I see lots of hands. Some people don't know what it is. Let's talk about it and see where you get. So let's start with teachers. I see lots of teachers here. So what do you think are the primary responsibilities of a teacher? Come on, let's keep it interactive. What should the teachers be doing? Mainly. Exactly, good point. What else? Excellent. Teaching. Teaching, assessing. And teaching covers basically lecturing, anything you do in class, in-person activities. You might be solving problems in class and so on. And then once you have taught them, you want to assess them. And of course, this is not the limiting thing that a teacher does. There are lots of other things they do: planning, classroom management, communicating, mentoring, and learning, and the list goes on. It's a big list, really. But the main purpose is to let the students know what you know, so that by the end of the course, they should be at the same level of knowledge as you are, and then you should be able to assess them. Are they there? So keeping that in mind, these are some of the things that teachers use to assess you, right? So it's a big list: assignments, quizzes, midterm, finals, labs, and so on. Again, the list goes on. And a combination of these creates a comprehensive assessment system that supports diverse learning styles. Right, so now everything looks good, everything works, everything was going well, then came generative AI. So what's generative AI? Essentially Chat GPT,
Gemini, all these other stuffs, right? So that is generative AI. It came along, and then it disrupted the assessments. So now as teachers, when you think about assessments, and as students, when you think about doing these assessments, where do you use ChatGPT? Do you use them in assignments? Okay. Quizzes? So why the difference between no and yes? Who uses them in quizzes and who doesn't? How do you use them in quizzes? So if it's in person, in class, you probably can't use it, right? Teachers have hawk eyes, they see everywhere. They even see behind their back somehow. I can't, but many teachers do. So it's really hard to cheat in quizzes or use ChatGPT in quizzes if it's in person on paper. But then COVID actually allowed us to use online teaching, and that introduced online quizzes, and it's really easy to use ChatGPT or generative AI in those quizzes. Midterm final exam, same. If it's in person, on paper, with plenty of spacing and no electronic devices, of course you can't use it. But otherwise, if it's online or if you are allowed to use devices, you can use it. So anywhere you see question marks is basically where you, if it's online, if you are allowed the use of electronic devices, you are able to use generative AI. Courses you see, you probably use it all the time. In projects, in assignments, presentations, papers. Those could be term papers, those could be research papers. There's a huge proliferation of ChatGPT. And so therefore, for teachers, it's really difficult to ascertain what work has been submitted by students, what they have done originally, and what they haven't. Now, true, we have things like AI detectors, but then we also have humanizers. So you know more about that than me, because you use them a lot. So you use humanizers to humanize your essays or your written work so that AI detectors cannot detect it. But then we have humanizer detectors that can detect those humanization efforts, but then you have further humanizers for those detectors, and so this cycle continues. It's an ongoing dance that won't end soon, and that really can't be won. Okay? So this will go on. So what options do we have as teachers? What do we do? And this question is from the teachers that are sitting here. Now we know that the list of different assessments we saw, many of those we can't do. So what do we do? Do we allow students to use ChatGPT? Do we say, no? Or do we just hide our heads in the sand and wait for ChatGPT to go away? Maybe, in a few years it might. So the first option is we do nothing, carry on as if Gen AI doesn't exist. Obviously, this can't happen. It's there. The other is, and that was the knee-jerk reaction when it first came out, everybody, including us at Dalhousie University, we discussed, and possibly we discussed the use of banning AI completely. But then there were some sane voices that said, it's a tool, it's here to stay. You have to use it, it's a very beneficial tool. Let's integrate it thoughtfully and responsibly into our courses. Okay? Easier said than done. So what do we do? Now we all know students are individuals, right? You don't all work at the same pace. You have your own learning needs, learning preferences. Some of you study at night, some of you study in the evening, some of you start your assignment the day it is given to you. Some of you wait till 11:55 of the day of the submission and then try to submit it by 12 and find out the internet's not working, then you email your teachers and so on, right? So everybody has different learning needs, different preferences and different pace. Then there's also the question of a diverse culture, and that's not just in Canada, where we have students from all over the world. Even in Pakistan, in FAST you will see diverse cultures. There are people coming from, students coming from Sindh, Balochistan, KPK, Punjab, and so on, right? You might also have some international students, so diverse culture. There would be linguistic differences. The languages you speak, socio-economic backgrounds will be different. So the concept that the student is an individual and should be treated as an individual. This is central to modern education philosophy, and it supports the idea of personalized teaching. Ever heard about it? Personalized teaching. Every student needs to be taught according to their strength, according to their pace, according to their preferences. Right? Now, this is easier said than done again. How can we offer personalized teaching? And this is possible through differentiated instruction, adaptive learning tools, flexible pacing, and student-centered approaches. So we'll talk about these things in just a moment. But in order to offer personalized teaching, there are some challenges. And the first bigger challenge is scalability. So if you are teaching to 5, maybe 10 students, you can offer personalized teaching. Okay, one-on-one teaching, okay, you are here, let's do this. Oh, you are far advanced, let's do this. Oh, you haven't even started. What do we do with you? Okay? But with 100 people classes or 180 people classes, the biggest class I've taught so far at Dalhousie was 280. That was once, that was big. I hope I don't do that again. But typically it's 150 people if it's a core course. As you go into the third year, fourth year, the classes become smaller. So scalability is one challenge. How do we personalize education for large classes using the limited resources, especially time that we as teachers have? Speaking of time, there's also the question of supports. So when you are trying to scale to large classes and introduce personalized teaching, then there are lots of supports that every teacher needs. And then again, we'll talk about those. There's a question of equity. How do you make sure that all students have access to the tools and opportunities they need to succeed? Okay? If you don't provide them with the right tools at the right time, then even with personalized style of teaching, they won't succeed. Then there's a flexibility in pacing. Do we teach to the bright students in the class or to the struggling students? Everybody know what the bell curve is? Okay? So what we normally try to do is, okay, bell curve is like this. Let's try to teach to the average. The problem with teaching to the average student is the bright students get bored and the struggling students fall further behind still as time goes on. And really, at Dalhousie, when we analyze the curves, it's never a bell curve. It's more of a camel hump. 2 curves, one close to A minus, the other close to C minus. So what to do in that case? And then there's also the question of maintaining academic standards. The more flexible we get, the harder it is to stay true to the academic standards that the university or the faculty might have set. So how do we make sure that we maintain those academic standards? So these are some of the challenges. Let's see how AI can assist with overcoming these challenges. Remember, if you as students can use AI, we as teachers can also use AI. There's nothing wrong with it. So the first question is of scalability. How can we resolve scalability through AI? We can empower students. Students can create their own content. Okay? If I'm teaching you databases, for example, I can provide you with basic content and then ask you to create your content on top of it. Okay? You can create tailored learning material based on what I provide you. You can go faster, you can go slower. You can create personalized assignments for yourself. Okay? So you can create examples which interest you. If you are interested in sports, you can create examples for database questions that involve sports. How many points on average does a basketball player score? Write a query to extract information from the database. Right? So these sort of things you can do. You can also create practice test questions and practice sets. Similarly, using a base, teachers can create multiple versions of lessons and assignments. Okay? They can create tailored learning materials such as quiz questions, practice problems with solutions, while still catering to various levels of understanding and providing instant feedback or answers through the use of the generative AI. And also, the generative AI can answer student queries immediately. Okay, you just have to feed your lecture notes in it if they are well enough made. Any questions that students ask from that material can be answered by generative AI. And remember, generative AI can answer a lot more than that, but then you have to verify the correctness as well. So AI can also generate multiple versions of lessons and assignments to suit diverse student needs, such as increasing or decreasing the level of difficulty. And all this can be done with minimum additional work on the part of the teacher. Okay, you have the tools, you can use it. Remember that Gen AI is just that, it's generative. It generates answers. It creates answers out of thin air based on data sets that it has. They might be wrong. Okay, so the teacher still has to verify the correctness. Teaching supports. So in addition to content generation, AI platform can help teachers design lesson plans. Okay, what's a lesson plan? Anybody ever designed it? I think that is what we need to do before we go into a lecture. Lesson plan is what are we going to cover it, how are we going to cover it, what in-class activities we'll be doing, is there going to be a quiz, what should the quiz be, and so on. So the 80 minutes we are going to spend in class, we prepare a structure for it. And then that is the lesson plan. And AI can help you create it. It takes a long time, believe me. It can also suggest activities and generate supplementary resources. So it can help with course design, create lesson plan, in-class activities. It can also reduce administrative tasks. So it can grade assignments. Okay? But again, be very careful as teachers. If you are grading assignments, we'll talk about some ethical issues that are there, like bias. But when you are grading assignments, that can go quickly if you have created good grading rubrics. So if you have good rubrics, AI can generate the grades for you based on those rubrics. It can also track student progress and data. And then it can also help teachers with their own professional development. So let's say I'm asked to teach a course and there are some topics I don't know. What do? I ask ChatGPT, hey, build me or just brief me about that topic. But again, I can't just take ChatGPT's word for it. ChatGPT will generate some information for me. I have to cross-verify that information. Okay, study books, go to websites, see research papers. I have to verify the information that is produced there. But it can help identify the latest trends, and it can quickly teach me what I need to know. AI can provide equitable access. Again, it can help with cultural, linguistic, socioeconomic diversity. This is especially a significant issue where there is a cultural, linguistic, or socioeconomic diversity. In Canada, there's a lot, I can tell you. So how to ensure all students have access to tools and opportunities they need to succeed? Again, AI comes to the rescue. There are some amazing tools like language translators. So if you give it text in one language, it can immediately output the text in a different language. You can even do it in Urdu, it writes Urdu. It even can write poetry in Urdu. Does it very well. It can create material in alternative format. For example, generating audio for the visually impaired, and that's a big feature. Previously, we had to either somebody had to really produce that audio. It took a while, or you had to write books in Braille, for example. It can also generate text summaries for those with reading challenges. And all this for free or really low cost. All you need is a free version of ChatGPT or one of the other generative AI tools. Okay? If you can pay, the pro version is better. You don't run out of tokens like I have. So you'll notice I'm reusing some of the images here. By the way, all these images are AI generated. And I've written the prompt below them if you want to try that out. So you run out of tokens. So it does reduce financial barriers for underserved communities. Next, flexibility in pacing again. And it's not that a bright student is bright in every course, or a struggling student struggles in every course. You're just good in some courses, not so good in others. So I was good in maths. I was slow in writing. I took a long time writing something. Okay. But because AI is so good at producing content quickly, it is easy to generate tailored content for students by having AI analyze their strengths and weaknesses. Based on students' responses, so how you respond to questions, how you respond to the assignments, the worksheets that you provided, AI can recommend personalized learning pathways so that fast learners stay challenged and slower learners get the reinforcement they need to reach the required academic standard. It can also provide examples of work quality expectations. What kind of an essay should you write? Okay. What are the elements that are necessary? And then it can present you with examples. So your teacher can generate an example work, share it with students, and say, look, this is what my expectation is. Don't copy that, of course, but create something that has all the points that are similar to that in this essay. So that is where generative AI is really good. Maintaining academic standards. When you provide lots of flexibility, that means each student is going at their own pace. How do you assess them? Okay, it's nearing the end of the term. Some students are really lagging behind. Oh, I'm at the first lecture. I'm slow, what do I do? It's personalized learning, right? And somebody has already finished it, they are waiting for the exam so they can just go on. So obviously there is the challenge of maintaining academic standards in the presence of individualized flexibility. They are practically opposite to each other. So the challenge is maintaining rigor with flexibility, uniformity of assessment, and inconsistent grading criteria. So what can we do about it? Again, we could use AI to assist us with that, but this is something we need to do as teachers. We need to have clear learning outcomes for the course. Okay, we have to teach to those outcomes. We can blend approaches, so personalized learning is very good. Everybody can be going at their own pace, but periodically what we can do is create groups and have them work in group settings. Okay, so somebody who is far ahead can then be teaching to somebody who is lagging behind. And students understand really well when they talk to each other. So peer learning is a really good way of learning as well. We can have flexible assessments. We develop assessments, especially major assessments, like final exams or maybe projects, that allow for some bit of personalization. For example, if the final has an essay, you can provide multiple topics or ask the student to choose a particular topic themselves to write the essay about. That will keep them interested. They will probably like writing it. But then you need to evaluate consistently the core competencies and skills that are required. So again, it comes back to those grading rubrics. You should have those rubrics set out clearly and grade against those rubrics rather than the topics themselves. And you can use analytical tools to monitor progress and use periodic standardization testing to ensure students are meeting learning milestones. So again, your final exams or your midterms, those can be the milestones where you take those standardized exams. Maybe on paper, maybe in person with 6 feet of space between students, right? So, and scaffolded learning, especially when you are doing projects. Personalization should be structured with clear milestones and checkpoints. Okay? So if you are doing a project, there should be checkpoints at which stage you ensure that students are meeting the academics criteria that are required. How do we improve student engagement? Some are sleeping already. Okay. How many of you have really slept in class? Your teachers are looking at you. Okay, I've seen many Onyx students. I've actually seen one sleeping student at the corner of my class. The reason might be because I was boring, or the reason might be because they were tired. Students over there work their off to really get the money they need to study. So they're really focused in class most of the time. So if you encounter yawning students in class, AI can help by gamifying content. Okay, you know what gamification is? Anybody use Kahoot? That's one way of gamifying quizzes. You use tools like Kahoot or Top Hat to engage the class. So I use Top Hat routinely in my class. You flash a question on the screen, there are a bunch of answers, students answer using their phone, and then you see all the answers, the summary, and the analysis and so on. That's really nice. Okay. So AI can help by gamifying content or generating story-based scenarios. That really interests students, or interactive simulations to make learning interesting and engaging. So you can provide multiple approaches to students to complete their assigned work. It doesn't need to be done the same old way we've been doing so long. Some of the key tools, I've used some of them, I've heard about some of them, and ChatGPT told me about some of them that I didn't know. But then I went on their website and checked they are valid tools. So all these are really valid. Adaptimi, Newton, never heard of that before. But Smart Sparrow, that's a tool made by an Australian company. Pearson Interactive Labs, they have books for us. So when teachers use their books, they give a space for teachers to experiment, to create their own content and so on. That's a really interesting thing. Top Hat ACE, I've used Top Hat, haven't used Top Hat ACE. That's a new thing that came up while I was on leave, but that's really interesting. They have an AI component built into those Top Hat quizzes now. So it does all sorts of analytics and shows you the results online immediately, and that gets students' attention. We have the Coursera coach. Anybody know what Coursera is? It's a huge educational website, lots of courses. You can subscribe for free. They now have an AI agent built into it. And then you have Codio, so we use Codio a lot in our first and second year programming courses and database courses. So Codio, what basically it does is provides an environment for students to type in their assignments, grade it, and provide analytics. So it's a really good tool. So we have adaptive learning platforms, automated feedback mechanisms, and predictive analysis. And all of these really help in personalized teaching. So far, everything we have discussed about AI, it seems peachy, right? Very nice. AI works amazing. What do you think? Do you see any issues with using AI? Oops, I pressed it. There are lots of issues. There are really lots of issues. But if we just highlight some of them, the first one is academic integrity. Okay, what's academic integrity? In short, you should not cheat. You should produce and submit your own work for assessment grading, right? No copying assignments, no copying code, and so on, and lots of other things. Then there is bias. So there's inherent bias in all the data sets. So you can just say that AI is biased. There are issues with ethical use of AI, we'll talk about them briefly, and educator autonomy and human touch. So these are some of the issues that need to be addressed if you're going to use personalized AI. So at least you should be aware of those. So I showed you different assessments at the start, right? So what we can do is, for those assessments, instead of having everything graded, everything marked, and used to evaluate the student, we can separate them into formative and summative assessments. Everybody knows what they are? Have any of you ever done formative assessments? So formative assessments are where a teacher gives you a small assessment on a small bit of a topic and says, it doesn't have marks, but you should probably do it. And then you don't do it, you forget about it. So what the teacher does is they say, okay, this will be 1 mark, 50% for participation. If you just solve it, you'll get 50% marks, 0.5. And if you complete it correctly, you get another 0.5. So, for example, I have a quiz every week. Students hate me for it at the beginning, but they love me for it at the end, because near the end of the course, they're all prepared. So what happens is, it's a 1-mark quiz, available to them every week, open from morning 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Brightspace. It's an online platform. They can do it whenever they want. If they want, they can use AI as well, or ChatGPT, or whatever they want, or use their book. If they complete it, they get 1 point. So at the end of the course, they get 8% out of their course. So that is formative. I want them to do it so that they learn as they go without a significant weight assigned to the assessment. And if they don't do it, well, I push their marks to the final. So that 8%, they don't miss out, but it becomes part of their final, which is now 58% instead of 50%. So that is what formative part of the course is. You create small assignments, low stakes assignments that students can do for practice, and then towards the end, and that they can do at their own pace. And at the end, you have a big summative assignment that tests everything that they've learned in the course. So low stakes for formative and higher stakes for summative will force students to really learn while completing the shorter formative assessments at their own pace. So you're managing the pace as well. And there's no incentive to cheat really. It's 1 mark or maybe 0.5 mark. Should you be cheating when at the end of the course you really have to prepare for the 50% of the summative assessment? So initially students did do that. They used ChatGPT to solve the assessments. But then when they realized it's not helping them, they went back to doing it themselves. Using the assistance of AI, that's fine. If you use it for assistance, for helping you learn, it's all fine. But if you submit work that is purely AI generated, you actually learn less than you would not doing it. And that's been established in research as well. So what is suggested is that allow students the use of AI generated content, but emphasize more on the critical evaluation of AI generated content. Okay? Have them test it for bias. Have them test it for errors or relevance. Have them compare it to previous work which was not generated by AI. Have them critically evaluate both of these pieces of works. So instead of emphasizing on the output itself, emphasize more on the process of learning. So that really helps. The second important challenge is bias. So AI systems are trained on biased data sets. And these experts correct me if I'm wrong. AI systems are inherently biased. Why? Because they are trained on data sets that reflect human biases present in the source material. So that source material was used as data sets to train the models, which we are now using. And now more and more data is being generated by AI. And if the AI tools are using that AI generated data to train those AI systems, then it's a negative loop. We get more and more biased data because the biases then build up. An example is if you had noted the first 3 pictures that were AI generated, you would see when I wrote draw the picture of a teacher, it always gave me a male teacher. But when I said, specifically mentioned her in the generated sentence, it gave me the picture of a female teacher. So that is the type of inherent bias that is there, which we don't notice unless we are looking for it. So teach your students to look for inherent bias. I'm told to speed up. So use AI bias as a learning moment. Ask your students to critically look at the material produced by AI for biases. Okay, and if the bias is there, that's a learning moment, both for you as a teacher and for the students. There are lots of ethical issues. I will just briefly talk over them. I don't have much time. I need to wind up. So, ethical issues are data privacy and security. When using AI systems, you ask for a lot of data from your students. It is your duty as teachers, academicians, or wherever you are using that data to protect it. Okay? Its privacy and security needs to be ensured. Accountability, that means who is responsible for AI-made decisions. So if a teacher is using AI, the teacher can say, oh, the AI made the decision, I didn't. I'm not accountable for it. Are you going to hold the AI accountable? Really? So the accountability must belong to a person. So we should have a process in which a person is responsible for AI-generated content if they are using it. Okay? So that is why it is often advised that don't just use AI. Use AI to support your teaching or learning. Fairness and equity is another issue. So if you are grading using AI, it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily fair. Equity is another issue. I can give you an example, small example. So when COVID hit, we started using a lockdown browser. That lockdown browser would not, so what it did was, whenever a student moved away from the front of the screen, it raised an alarm. Okay? Now we had lots of black students. The system did not recognize them as easily as it would the white students. Same is the case with brown students. So if I was in front of the camera, it won't recognize me, right? So it was discriminatory. So we stopped its use. But AI systems could be discriminatory based on who developed it, when it was developed, what was the data used to develop it, and so on. So that's an issue as well. And then educator autonomy. Teachers might think that AI decisions are being forced on them, or they're being forced to use AI, in which case they would say, oh, we were asked to do it, we are not accountable. So again, it comes back to the cycle. Who is accountable for it? Who made the decision? So integrate it responsibly, and everything should be fine. So I think, skipped this part. Well, I talked about it, I probably didn't skip the slides. We talked about fairness and equity, educator autonomy. Another potential problem is the decreased personal connection with students, leading to decreased empathy and understanding. So I will just conclude here. AI it's a very useful tool. It's a tool. Treat it as a tool to assist you, not to replace you. Don't be afraid that it will replace you. As long as you use it responsibly, it's an amazing tool to use. So there are issues like data privacy, fairness, accountability, and educator autonomy. These must be addressed for responsible AI use. So just combine AI's advantages with strong ethical policies. We need policies that ensures both innovation and integrity in education. Thank you, and I think do we have time for questions? Just a few? Yeah, we can take it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Last presentations, I really appreciate. Very informative presentations. I really congratulate Dr. Shahzad and his organizing team who organized this wonderful conference and successful conference. Well done, Dr. Shahzad. Thank you very much for your presence.
I request Director Dr. Shahzad Sarfaraz to join us on stage for the distribution of the shields.
Now I am honored to call upon the stage the session chair, Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain Jalbani, Head of the Department of Computer Science, Quest, Pakistan, to step forward and receive his shield.
Next, we thank Dr. Faisal Farooq for sharing his insights into leveraging AI for ensuring online safety. I request Dr. Faisal Farooq to step forward and receive his shield.
Now, I would like to thank Dr. Khurram Aziz for that captivating talk. Your insights into the intersection of AI and education are truly thought-provoking and inspiring. Please step forward and receive your shield.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Dominic Ploying to join and receive his shield. And with that, we conclude plenary session 1, invited talks.
We hope you enjoyed this session and found the talks insightful. Up next, we have the parallel technical sessions 2, 3 and 4, so stay tuned.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of the event and a happy lunch.
Yes, I can hear you. And I try to share my slide. Is this something you see on screen? Okay. Okay. And do you see my content? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to talk at ICIT 2024. Thank you for the invitation. I am Daniel Balouet-Tomert, a member of the INRIA Stack team located in France. The Stack project team focuses on next generation utility computing infrastructure. So think any aggregation on compute, networking, and storage. All people. So, can you still hear me? Okay. So, our team focuses on programming model and resource management. On top of the application management is programming model and API for the end user to abstract the complexity of such a geo-distributed system. And below, in terms of resource management, is capacity planning, offloading to facilitate the administration of such infrastructures. So in this context, what we call the computing continuum, meaning the aggregation of fog and edge computing, closer to the data but with lower latencies, with the aggregation of the mature cloud computing and the in-transit computing, meaning resources that are seemingly infinite but also far from the data. We have now a more evolving and complex landscape for computation. And we can observe a shift in the kind of workload that are executed on this infrastructure, which is mostly driving innovation. We have artificial intelligence and machine learning based, in general, data-driven workload, which impose to us non-traditional software stacks. By that I mean that you usually don't execute the same software across that continuum, but because of the heterogeneity of resources, of network, you have to make a system of system, usually with disaggregation and disruptive architecture, so that we can take advantage of the growing capabilities at the edge. So overall, there is a change in value structure. It's not only about having a large pool of computing resources, but also there is and speed of access to use, but also transversal constraints like energy, efficiency, and security are growing of importance and are something that we need to consider straight from the design and not only as an afterthought. So in this context of a computing continuum, my research work is looking at global challenges that drive urgent science. Worldwide, there is an increasing frequency of urgent events, from something like 40 in the 60s to a factor 400 in the 2020s. Where the computing continuum comes from in such event is that it allows us to revisit those problems that I would like to say are evolving with the technology of their times. In this context, the increase in scale, heterogeneity, and richness of the data offers the opportunity to explore those global challenges with new approaches and new computational methods designed for an immediate response. On this slide, you can see use cases about tsunami, extreme weather or climate or transportation system. In my talk, I will discuss some of these examples and the work we did around those use cases in the class of urgent computing. But first, I want to dive a bit more and understand what makes the computing urgent. We work on several motivating use cases around urgent science and edge computing. And the first challenge is almost about building the right team of domain scientists, infrastructure experts, and stakeholders. A general pattern for such data-driven scenario is to identify events to assess a specific scenario, use scientific models to understand the evolution and severity of extreme events, and finally, mitigate the negative impacts of cascading effects by triggering the appropriate actions. As an event can be detected in multiple ways, you can detect a fire with ground sensors or camera imagery, for example. It makes it complicated to offer programming support to react to unforeseen events and system management to balance requirements and costs. On this slide that you see on screen, I have 4 different situations: flooding, earthquake, fire, and pandemics. While the modeling aspects are usually in the hand of domain scientists for their specific model, the fact about detecting the situation and working with the cascading effect is something that relies on multiple data sources and distributed computational models. This is where the computing continuum comes into play to be able to collect that information and facilitate that decision making. So there is a kind of chicken and egg situation in which domain scientists need an infrastructure to realize their model and understand what is possible. And usually system experts are expecting to have applications that will provide the right tool and abstraction to operate applications. So this is where urgent computing comes, and there is several enablers that makes it growing issues. On the system aspect, there are several core technologies which makes programming models suitable for time-critical scenarios. The first one comes in low latency communication, not only with network evolution, such as 5G or 6G, but also in the way applications are packaged and deployed on specialized virtual machines and lightweight containers. Now it's about a matter of seconds to charge and boot a new code, which has a direct influence of developing scalable process algorithm that will consider load balancing, fault tolerance, and other parallel processing techniques. Second, our research is also called to explore intelligence at the edge of the network to dynamically manage and allocate resources based on urgency, energy, and privacy. Urgent systems must self-organize and self-repair to be able to respond to changing conditions or intermittent connectivity. I hope you understand that when you design your application, well, if you have the chance to have the exact infrastructure that you will be working on, those ideal conditions of having top CPU, top network, and top storage might not be the case when an incident is happening at the execution or in real time. And at that time, you need your code and framework to be able to adapt to that kind of condition, to be able to provide a fast answer to a given problem. A motivating use case associated to that is the impact of wildfire smoke on air quality. In here you see some scenario and real data associated to fire smoke in California and Nevada. In something like half an hour, we start detecting smoke, and at some point you cannot see, you cannot drive. And according to your code, this is not the time where you want to open GitHub to modify some line and understand what is happening in this situation. So this is the kind of urgent problem we are working with. Urgent doesn't necessarily mean that we have to answer in a second or millisecond, but we need our decision and data to arrive on time so that it can still be relevant. Coming back to that use case, this is a typical continuum example. In here you have more information about this. Between the city of California, the national park in California, when you detect the smoke, and the cities that are feeling the impact on pollution and air quality, there is something like a 10-hour drive. At the edge of the network, the field camera will detect the smoke, Then in the cloud, we will run some simulation to understand the severity and the direction of fires. And finally, bigger models that are running in HPC Center will allow us to generate pollution and concentration map to understand the kind of decision to take. What I want to illustrate with that use case that we worked a year ago is that you have to cross different domains and use different kind of resources for the information to go from the sensors, where the data and the phenomena is observed, until the cloud and HPC when